and well met, travelers! Welcome to the Bard's Refrain! Here we don't just sing songs, we tell stories about how they were made. Come join us, settle down into a comfy seat so we can regale you with a tale of mountains, men, and memories. I am Osirix Franco, your humble entertainer and guide, and with me, as always, is my band of merry players lined up on the stage and eager for the show to begin. Players, if you could please introduce yourselves.
Hello everyone, I am Turk. I will be playing Bootstrap, who is, of course, Bootstrap.
Muted. Hi, I'm DM of Saint. I will be playing Elliot Hawking, Battlemaster fighter with a little bit of homebrew thrown in.
Ooh, my next, I don't have to stream up yet.
Yep, you
hey,
are.
everybody, I'm Noah, and I'm playing Grael, who, as we know, is Bootstraps. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah. Everyone is Bootstrap.
Find the bootstraps inside, yeah.
Hi everyone, I am Lukelock, and I'm playing Bird, the half-elf druid.
Awesome. Tonight's tale, Talk to Gods. I hope you listen, and listen well, for like most stories, the devil is in the details.
Are we fighting the devil? No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. Maybe. I don't know. It had been a quiet day in the city of Wesking. Folks went about their business, tending to their affairs. Some had noted an influx in travelers, tilted their heads and murmured to their neighbors. Fewer noticed the dark riders that moved through the city in the black of night. But they only gave it a passing curiosity. Spring was coming, and soon the foothills of the Wesker Mountains would thaw and be ready for farming. There were whispers of war to the north, and prayers against evil to the south. People had little time for rumors. There was work to be done. The sound hit first. Children clutched at their mothers, who eyed the skies in fear, trying to find comfort in their own words. Guards reached for weapons at their sides, bones cold with the knowledge that no sword could protect them from the source of the sound. Veterans of the Wenian War rushed out into the streets, calling for everyone to take cover. Scenes of death flashing in their minds as the roar of a dragon echoed from the Wesker Mountains, looming over them. There was a crack, and people felt the land split and watched in horror as the mountainside fell. The ground rolled as the pristine cliffs shattered above them, the avalanche of rock and snow and ice descending into the valley below. Some noticed the black of flash in the sky, tilting their heads up and yelling to their neighbors. Fewer noticed the limp figure dangling from its claws. But there was no time to care. Death was coming, a wall of snow and ice hurtling towards the city of Wesking, and they weren't prepared. Inside the mountain, in the mirror of the sky, a huddled group of hillfolk refugees fitfully sleep. Among them our party. There's no road back the way they came. The only way to go is forward. Players, you have spent the evening in the mountain in the sky. You were able to rest relatively well. You were tired and shaken from the sight you saw just before. You've woken, and the camp is in a bit of a rush. It seems that Nyx, your companion up the Wesker Mountains, has gone missing. Stuart sits off to the side, staring at multiple tunnels that extend out from the cavern in every direction. And actually, let me kind of give you an idea what this cavern looks like. The air around you is cold and still, and above you hang massive icicles glowing from unknown light source, a soft blue. The quiet sounds of camp echo around in the icy walls, reflecting the sights and sounds. Players, what would you like to do?
Bird will walk over to Bootstrap and just kind of gingerly reach out to look at his arm. I'm sorry, I cannot fix this.
I didn't really fucking ask you to, did I?
No, I guess not.
Yeah.
Bootstrap and Elliot both Where you were bit by wild mange, I believe it was Elliot, it was your forearm, and Bootstrap, your shoulder. It is now fully encased in dark crystal. And it, like, you can move your joints, but it is increasingly difficult. You can actually feel your jaw kind of like hurts, and when you bite your teeth together, there's like a glass on glass feeling that's starting to form on your teeth.
Once we find this Denver fucker, he said apparently he could fix it or something. He knows all sorts of things.
Is there any way I could take a look at this and see if there's anything I could do to at least regress it? Not even just cure it, but just slow it down.
Go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
Ooh, I was hoping you would say Arcana. Okay,
If you can make me an argument for Arcana, like, I'm down to hear it.
My argument is that yeah, I can help you with my arm because I'm proficient in Arcana.
Okay, I mean, you know that it's magical in nature. Let's go. Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana.
All right, so here we go. That's a 15 plus 8, so 23.
At advantage because I'm helping.
Oh, at advantage. I rolled the 2 on my second one, so 23.
23. You're able to look at it, and there's a couple of things that stand out to you. First of all, this looks it looks like essentially they're turning into the creatures that you're fighting. The crystals look the same. And with your knowledge, understanding that it's a kind of lycanthropy, you notice that it seems to be growing from where the bite was happening. But as you kind of look over, you see there's just starting to be like their features are becoming a little more glass-like. They reflect the light a little bit more, even though there aren't like crystals forming anywhere else. And as for slowing it down, with a 23, you would know, like, you would probably need a greater restoration or something similar to be able to halt the changes.
Blurb. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just testing.
No, all good.
All right. So yeah, there's fuck all I can do about this. So he's just gonna kind of examine it and just do that thing like, and then walk away.
Well, that was fucking helpful, wasn't it?
Did you expect anything else?
I don't fucking expect shit from him now.
Chef, I don't know if you've fully come to grips with the fact that we're fucked until we find somebody who knows how to stop this.
That's why you're gonna go see Denver, isn't it?
I will trust that he can fix it when he fixes it, and not a second sooner.
Fine. Be all shiny for the moment.
Do we have an estimation of how long they have, or is that a different roll? Because I'll roll medicine for that.
Yeah, I will have you roll. Well, I mean, you got pretty high on your Arcana, but go ahead and roll me a medicine because it'll determine some of the flavoring of it.
Ooh, boy.
Okay.
Oh, whoops.
You've noticed that it seems to have expanded in birth. That they were okay. There didn't seem to be a lot, and now there is suddenly more. Granted, you did fight more mange, but Elliot in particular's condition seems to have accelerated quite a bit.
Elliot, did you happen to get bitten again during our last confrontation with the mange?
I don't think I did, DM.
I
feel like Elliot would think that it was the surge that he did.
Correct.
Yeah. No. No, I didn't. I think this has to do with that voice thing that I heard before.
I see.
Stu says it's because you use your magic-y bits.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
So, stop it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not that helpful and haven't been a single time I've tried to do something with it, so sounds like a plan, to me at least.
Good.
Not surprising with this condition. I'd imagine it'd be much more difficult to cast.
I could
Yeah.
bite you. See how difficult it is.
We don't need that.
Sure.
I can't tell if this aggressive nature is a symptom of your condition or is this just you. On that note, I'm going to create distance between us just so I have a chance to run should you give into your lesser nature. So, let's continue on, everyone.
Well, I'll walk behind you if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm
Yep.
gonna start heading off.
Okay. Bird, what are you?
Do the people that we came up here with, how are they doing?
So they seem to have started out the morning, right? They had set up tents and everything, and it looks like they're establishing sort of a base camp. Go ahead and roll me a perception check if you don't mind. Awesome. So you're kind of looking around at the different people, and you see Fleetwood speaking with several well-armed hill folk who are kind of moving about. You notice that most of the people that you had met when you went into the camp, there were particular individuals. You don't see them, and that kind of catches your eye. You also look around the cavern, and it looks... At first, you think this might be a naturally occurring cavern, but as you actually look, you see that the way that the walls come together and the way that the different icicles hang, it actually looks like it was either shaped by very skilled hands or magic. And you also see that there are 5 tunnels leading out away from the main chamber, each in different directions. Stuart sits kind of at the junction of 3 of them, with his head in his hands, just rubbing his eyebrows.
What about the children that were taking ill?
So Kirwan and, let me make sure I remember her names, Danny, you're able to find them if you go looking for them. They're sitting outside of a tent. Danny is bundled up against the cold, and she looks a bit better. Her cough is a little bit less. You can tell that she's starting to improve, and seems like in a brighter mood, though they both look like they didn't sleep super well. Just you're guessing it's from fear from the evening before.
Right. They're with their family, so I'm and they look somewhat better, so I'm not going to intrude, but I would check on them. I will walk over to Stuart. Do you know where Nyx went?
No, Bird, I don't, and I had one job and one chosen to keep track of, and I've lost her, and this is all different than I remember. I'm
Gonna try and find him, right?
I do not know. And he looks, and you can tell that he's, like, been crying off to the side of it. His eyes are red, and I cannot say.
I knew I would.
It is possible, but why she would leave without the rest of us knowing that that was our ambition in the first place? Why would she not just wait?
Not Denver.
Pardon?
DM, check me that I'm remembering that Nyx had a connection to dude that we fought
to the dragon.
last time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes, that is
yeah.
correct. Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
I was like,
Stockton.
did I dream that?
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, she's not Denver. Stockton.
Oh,
She wouldn't take us because she knows it's dangerous.
it's possible, but that would be even worse. You saw that monstrosity. What hope would she have? Oh, gods! And he puts his hands back in his head back in his hands.
She'll hand him Mr. Bun Bun, and just kind of pat his shoulder. It's what I would do.
Great. Thank you. I'm just worried. And he looks up and eyes each tunnel in turn, taking a little bit of time. I don't remember. I don't remember this being like this. When I came, there weren't so many of tunnels. There was just one.
You've been here before?
Years ago, when I first joined the Unseen. It was a long time ago, when I first had to go through my own ordeal. You see, often coming to Denver is sort of a pilgrimage, a way for members of the Unseen to find their path and prove their mettle. The fact that there are so many, I don't know. I'm uncertain of what to do.
I feel like at this point we would have caught up to Bird.
That's fine with me.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, he kind of overhearing parts of this conversation and wondering why there isn't somebody in charge of watching over him. He will, Elliot, I want to wander around to the different areas and kind of look down. And I'd like to pay specific attention to if my arm is reacting.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead. Where you're kind of perception or investigation, either or is fine. Whichever you've got a higher one, I don't care.
Well, I got a +6 in investigation, so let's do that one.
Let's go ahead and do that one then, huh?
Well, shit then. That's an 8.
You kind of walk, and you look, and each tunnel just seemingly goes and eventually vanishes into darkness. They don't seem to you are struck that you can't see very far down them. You can't tell if it's because they turn or incline or whatever, but it does go dark. And as you move from entrance to entrance, Stuart will kind of catch you out of the corner of his eye and kind of call out, Fleetwood sent a few scouting parties down the tunnels to try and determine which is the best way. They should return later. We might want to wait for them to see what they find.
You sure Bootstrap and I have time for that?
He kind of winces, and I don't know. I cannot say. But if we get lost here, if we take a wrong turn, and where they have already gone ahead, the odds seem better to wait.
Yep, that tracks. And Elliot will sit down.
Rael, remind me what your passive perception is. You're muted, my dude.
I said my passive perception is 23.
Yep, that's what I thought. As you're kind of standing there watching, I imagine you kind of watched Elliot move from entrance to entrance.
I was just gonna say I've always got an eye on Elliot and Bootstraps just in case.
Yeah, so you're kind of watching them and looking at the entrance, and as you do, you actually notice above each of the entryways to the tunnels, there seems to be inscriptions kind of above the doorways. And as you step closer, you're actually able to make them out. And I'm going to go ahead and share those with you really quick. This is what's great about having a player with freaking the world's highest perception is I don't have to keep secrets.
My investigation is even higher. My passive is 27.
Yep. See, there you go. So
Mine's 21.
is it 21? Okay, perfect. As you're walking by, and Ellie, I guess you would notice too, as you're both kind of putting the pieces together. Ryle, I assume you're going to point this out, but there are 5 tunnels. Above the first is this symbol. Above the second is this one.
Okay.
Above the third.
Okay. Okay.
1 second. Above the fourth.
All right.
And
So I have a
above
few ideas.
the fifth.
Oh, well, shit. Okay. I am just going to do some. Well, after I point this out to everybody, there's things. Okay.
Oh shit! There's things. Oh, hold up, everybody.
Well, I don't know what they're inscriptions, and I don't know what they mean. I have ideas. Let's see. Does anyone have any? Well, he's gonna take his torch actually, and put it to the one with the fire.
Okay. You hold it up. The symbol doesn't respond. It just looks as if it very finely, with a very skilled hand, had been etched into the kind of ice stone around the entrance to the tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if I whisper to myself, holding my little stone, and say, "God painting, are you there?" Do I feel drawn to any of these symbols?
You do not, and there is no response.
Okay. That was my guess.
I'm gonna walk over to the fist with the eye.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of touch it.
Okay. Yeah, you reach out your hand and you touch it and feel along the edges, and again, nothing really happens. There doesn't seem to be any sort of magical response. However, go for it.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, can I try an investigation to see if there's any mechanics behind this, to see if like it turns or if there's any kind of mechanism embedded in these insignias?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Is it a push or a pull?
Oh, hey, now we're well. Hold on, I'm still gonna use this. That was a 19 natural,
Okay.
plus 12.
Oh shit.
So
Yeah, no, you
31.
approach them and you kind of like push and and you realize that these are really just carvings, but you're kind of checking each of them. You're very thorough. However, given your role being insane, as you approach Tunnel A again, as you're looking at it, it looks familiar. You feel like you have seen this emblem before. And you kind of try to search your memory as to why this looks so familiar.
Mind Palace time, Sherlock. Why does this look so familiar?
It's the symbols we've seen connected to other temples.
It's the symbols we've seen connected to other temples. I'm feeling.
DM Elliot would like to look at Tunnel B and see if he feels anything when he looks at it.
Okay. You approach B and C, and you there's no call or pull. They look they just look like symbols. But go ahead, if you're gonna look at these symbols, Rael, if you want to try and figure out where they're from, or like tell the group, we can roll some history checks with advantage depending on who's helping, stuff like that.
Yes, I would love that very much, please. Thank
I
you.
wouldn't. I'm just looking at the symbols, honestly.
Yeet.
That is a nat 20 for a 24. Rael, Tunnel A, that's the symbol of a Zeus. You had seen that before in the temple.
And these are all above pathways, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Do I recognize one that's Tyr by any chance?
Given that you have gone to Tyr's temple, you do not see one that represents Tyr.
Okay, well, I guess my guy's just not cool enough to be here. Whatever. Okay.
Find a new god.
Find a new god. I am going to ask Bird if she would like to walk with me down Tunnel A.
Yeah, she will say, of course.
All
You
right.
can go down this one. Which one is this one?
It's the one with the fire hand. That's a Zeus.
Do you think he's down there?
I don't want to get your hopes up, so no. But I'm sure that if this is a path marked by his followers, it should be rather kind to you at least. And if it's not, I'll be here to help.
What if it goes somewhere? What if it's a magic tunnel? I don't want to leave Bootstrap and Elliot.
Then we should all go together.
I think that's a good idea.
Or so we all walk into the same fucking death trap.
We have a higher chance of surviving together with our unique talents and abilities.
Or we all die at once.
That is also an option.
He
But
sent
hey-
out scouts. Why haven't they come back yet?
It's still like pretty early morning, so if scouts went out, they probably haven't been gone too terribly.
Yes, but I'm impatient, voice in my head.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
It was probably just a little bit of an oversight. Besides, we could either sit here all day and stare at each other, or we could do some exploring.
Oh, I thought you all liked touching hands. What, my arm gets a bit glassy and now you don't want any piece of me anymore?
That's how you put that. We should go. He just starts walking down that hallway.
Okay. Looking between
Yep. As you're
and or Bootstrap and Rael, she's gonna just okay. Come on, Bootstrap.
Stuart will see you guys kind of drifting towards the tunnels and be like, now hold on, where are you going? We don't know where that goes.
Well, it says Zeus.
Pardon?
It says Zeus, and he just points to the insignia.
What are you talking about?
There's symbols on the tunnels.
There. What? And he'll move over. Show me. Point.
Right here.
Yeah, look. Fire hand, eye fist, scale skeleton, land lakes, and harp.
What? There's nothing there.
Oh, this must be a chosen only kind of thing.
Well, oh, fuck, of course it is. Oh. This is, all right, okay. Do you know what these symbols are? This is a Zeus. There are 4 others. Can you describe them to me, perhaps?
A skeleton hand holding a scale.
All right. And he will kind of like look like he's looking. I wish I would have paid more attention in religious studies. And he'll pull.
Can I do a religion check to see if I know these?
You
Why
may.
haven't I thought to do that?
You may.
Fuck. Never mind.
Does anybody else?
Unless he's helping me and I get advantage.
Yeah. I mean, if you're trying to like describe them to him, there we go.
Yeah.
That's a bit
Yeet.
better. Okay. Yeah.
Skeleton hand, scales.
That has to be Kelimvor. I'm certain of that one.
All right. Then we got a harp with some fancy embroidery around it. There's like leaves on the harp.
My gut says that's Melil. I'm pretty sure that's
it-
Melil.
Yeah,
A
I
little
guess
what?
it's good as fuck.
Why are you laughing? Why so funny?
Then there's a fist with an eye on it.
And you're certain it has an eye?
Yeah. Well, it's got an eye with really fancy eyeliner curves, like less of
Show me how the hand is shaped.
it's like this then the eye's
Yes,
like right in there.
yes. That is Helm. You never know. There's a lot of. I mean, Zeus is a hand. You know, there's several.
Yeah,
I
but
believe
it's like-
Torms is
Zeus
also a
like
hand.
Then there's like a sun going down. Like he's drawing it in the dirt. Sun going down. Then a line.
Yes.
and then-
The Morning Lord, Lathander.
Oh. Okay. And those are so we've got Lathander, Zeus, Helm, Malil, and Skeleton Handman.
Kelimvor.
Kelimvor. Not Tyr though, but that's fine. That's
No,
okay.
not Sylvanas either. Which one of these would Nyx have taken?
Whichever one she
Like-
fucking wanted.
I mean that's true.
I mean, you aren't wrong, but I feel I don't feel right about it. I'm just worried. You see, we are running out of time, and if anything is to happen to any of you, then I fear it all might be lost.
I would like to see if I know any stories about the gods that are missing having to do with the gods that are here. Like, are there any stories about Helm and Tyr, or like Zeus and some other
Tyr.
god that's not here?
You want why they're all connected to Tyr?
I want my god. I want my god sauce. Why is he not here?
Why? Where's my homie? I mean, go ahead and roll me a religion, I guess it would be.
Fuck.
It's either good or bad. There's no in between. You know that this seems to be a chosen thing.
Yeah.
And you know one of them is a chosen that is in your party.
Right.
But you aren't sure. You met with a bunch of chosen back in Bellport. You were all in the room. And you're not certain. You can't seem to quite recall who, if anyone, corresponded to these others.
This might be the residual headache, and it might be a fever dream. But I mean, there was a vision and like a big moment, Bird, with you, wasn't there? Weren't you like approached by someone? Right? That happened, right? It was like a woman.
Yeah, there was the person in the fire.
Right.
Rhiannon.
Yeah.
No, let's
Right.
listen.
She works for a zoo.
Right. And then suddenly we're standing in a conflux area where only one of us has a symbol in the wall, and it happens to be the same god. It's like I said, I'm quite literally exhausted, so it could mean nothing, but
Well, I think we should go down this tunnel. Just because secretly I'm hoping that we can find him.
I'm fine with that. I'm just hoping for answers at this point.
I think God's sitting in a cave.
Rael, I think you had the right idea. Let's go down the Azuth tunnel.
Well, thank you, Bird. And with that, he's going to cast light and walk down the Zeus tunnel.
All right. You kind of, as you do, Stuart will go, well, I hope here, and he'll move over and cast like a marking spell on the tunnel that you guys are going down. I would go with you, but I'm nervous about these people, and I'm hopeful that maybe when they come back, they might have word of where Nyx went. So I will stay here with them as you continue forward. But mind, be careful. This will be a test, though the rhyme and reason behind why I cannot say.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
most
ready.
this stuff usually does end up being a test, but we'll be all right, guys? Right?
Yep.
Sure. Or, you know,
Alright.
we'll go as usual where me and Lily stand in front of all the problems and you get off scot-free.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to say anything. Always an option.
he just
Okay.
lost.
Bird will follow Rael down the tunnel.
All right. Is everybody trucking along?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Let me go
Looking out for
ahead.
any traps, Avi.
You head into the tunnel, and it looks like melted ice as you step in. Your light shining, and again, it looks like just a massive source of fire came through and perfectly burned either that or very skilled craftsmen perfectly carved the tunnel. And on each of your sides you see reflections, and as you go into the tunnel, it just seems to stretch out in front of you endlessly as you walk. So eventually the sounds of the camp fade behind you and disappear into nothing, and you continue down through seemingly just straight. You walk and walk and walk. Hours go by. It's just straight darkness.
Like to hold my arm up and see if it glows. To light the way.
You hold up your arm, wondering if any magical effect will happen, and nothing seems to.
Is
The
my
magic-
light spell working?
Your light spell is working.
Okay.
When you turn to look behind you, there's nothing. It's as if you are just stepping out.
Well,
Like
Ever
there's,
onward.
there's no tunnel behind us.
It just goes, it disappears. The same darkness that appears before you is behind.
Okay.
You can't tell how, like, you've walked so long that, like, you know hours have gone by, but you're not sure how many.
I'm worried this tunnel is very long.
Is it long? I haven't noticed.
It's very long.
Oh, yeah, well. It's kind of top tier research we get. Us chosen.
well, we're not gonna get anywhere just arguing.
That's why I'm walking while I'm arguing.
So, what do you think the test is gonna be? Like a fight, a puzzle, an
Calculus.
equation? I was kind of hoping for calculus. Not bad at it.
The fuck's a calculus?
Do you know when you go to attack something and like the other people that are with you like attack from a distance?
Shoot an arrow.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's more trigonometry.
They're
It's
just
math.
making up words.
It's just
And
math.
physics.
Yeah, it's just math. Bootstrap. It's just math.
The test is how long we're willing to walk.
Well, I mean, there has to be something. We can't walk forever and find nothing, right?
Probably.
We just walked through a magic portal from a small man who turned into a dragon.
There it is.
I suppose that is true.
You think we can't? There's not somewhere in the grand chance that this is just an infinite corridor.
I mean, with everything that we've seen, I mean, I'm not the only one that's starting to find, like, I don't know, like actual faith, right? There's like a plan for everything that we've been through.
Ah, fuck. Good for you.
I'm just saying that a lot of the stuff that we've survived has been improbable. It's almost like we're being guided.
Mm-hmm. Everything's part of the plan, right?
It's a weird plan, I'll give you that.
Says the guy without crystals growing on his arm.
That is true. One of the benefits of physics, I fight from a distance.
And on his teeth.
One of the benefits of cowardice.
Elliot, as you stick your hand in to rub your
Oh
teeth,
God, come on!
one of them, as you're pulling your finger out, like, you don't cut your finger, but you're afraid that you did. You notice that your teeth are sharper.
I will do my best to hide this fact from Rael, who is nervous I will bite him. Or at least I think he's nervous still that I will bite him.
Oh, very much so, yes.
Yeah, no, I will hide my hand.
Okay. You see Rael take out an arrow and cast light on it and fire it off into the hallway to see if maybe it hits an end.
Yeah, go ahead. Just make me an attack roll, just really quick. Just because I want to see how your aim is. Yeah, so you pull back with your glowing arrow and you send it off. And it's a longbow, so you've got some range on it.
600 feet on that bad boy. Just
You see it
Bootstrap. Trig. Trigonometry.
sail into the dark in a seemingly straight
I
line
know what a light spell is.
until the light disappears into the dark. Straight the entire way.
I'm gonna recast light on my hand and go, okay. And stop moving. There is nothing for at least 600 feet ahead. So, whatever it is that we've got to do, I think we can do it here.
Right,
And what-
Bird will just sit down in the middle of the tunnel.
Yeah, Elliot will too. I hope that the thing we need to do is take a nap.
So, what are we supposed to be doing, Grand Theurge priest talky fella?
Hey Bird, have you tried to reach out to a Zeus lately?
I did right before we came down here.
Well, how you feel about trying again?
And she will hold her necklace and say God painting, and then she'll pause for a second. Zeus?
Can I help her in this? Like, help her with a prayer or something?
Yes, you may assist with a prayer.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll religion with advantage, Bird.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Go
you're
ahead,
good,
Bird.
good.
Go ahead, Bird.
A 16. You sit in the middle of this icy
Thank God for
tunnel.
that. Advantage.
Rael, can you describe how you assist her in the prayer?
I do what I do with tears. Just, hey, Azutho, buddy. I don't know if you have any inclination to listen to me, but if you do, Bird really misses you, and we are lost in a tunnel that's marked with your symbol. So, help, please.
Bird, you feel it's like a tug at your eyes. Like you've got your head bowed and you're focusing on the necklace, like asking for a Zeus. And you feel like a tug, and you open your eyes and you look, and Rael's light from his spell is kind of casting around in the tunnel. And in the ice behind him, you see kind of a figure that turns its head, and there's a shimmer of golden hair, and there's a glimpse of a face of the woman you'd seen before, and she smiles and points to your pack where you have your items stored, and shimmers away.
Okay. I don't know if I have the right idea, but I'll pull out the pewter brooch again.
Okay.
And hold it.
Mhm.
And just whisper, Zeus.
Nothing happens.
Okay. I'm gonna look down in my pack, and then I'm gonna pull out my lantern, and just kind of, Ryle no, and she's gonna, just use her create flame or whatever it is that she has,
Perfect.
produce flame, and light the lantern, and then like slide back the hood on it.
Awesome. You
Kind of look around.
You light it, and you'll note when you light the flame, it burns for a moment as a normal, happy little orange flame. But then as it kind of settles in, it takes a bluish hue, like a little bit turquoisey, and it reminds you of the flames that you saw in a Zeus temple. And as it like glows, it quickly outshines Rael's light and spreads out into the icy walls around you, and the light extends into the ice and like forward in front of you, and it's like the light you put on in the lantern is now emanating from the walls itself in just this warm blue light. And as you look ahead of you, you can see that there seems to be something in front of you. It doesn't, it no longer extends into darkness.
Rael's just gonna put a hand on Bird's shoulder and say, way to go.
How far did we walk before we brought the lantern out?
Sorry, Elliot.
No. It's fine. No,
Real fucking
I'm
far.
sorry.
There's your mask.
I'm sorry. That was unfair. Thank you, Bird.
Just needed a little bit of faith.
Yeah, running out short supply.
Oh,
Fuck
music
off.
stopped, dang it. That was annoying. You move forward, and the tunnel opens up into glowing. Instead of ice, there now seems to be strange plants that are growing out of the ice, shifting in an invisible or an unfelt breeze. Like they're being affected by something that you aren't. And as you move through, Rael and Elliot, as the foliage shifts and moves, you swear you see images behind the plants, glimpses of kind of faces and movement within the walls themselves.
I am going to knock an arrow just to have it ready.
So you see that too?
Oh yeah. Just be on guard, everyone. And he's going to take a protective stance behind Bird, so if anything pops up at her, he can shoot it like immediately.
DM, can I cast Speak with Plants?
Yes, you can. Can you drop that in the chat so I can see what it do?
What it do?
It definitely has to be a plant.
So yep.
Limited
Can you just
sentience.
Yep. You cast it, and in 30 feet around you, you watch the plants kind of shiver, like in a warm way, and you feel an overwhelming sense of love pouring from them. Excitement that you are here. They are happy to see you.
Okay. I'm gonna ask. Hi. I am looking. I almost said God painting, but you wouldn't know him by that name. I am looking for a Zeus. Do you know where he is?
The plants kind of shiver, and they on the wall they actually will part, revealing the ice wall that's translucent as it goes deeper in. And inside the wall, you will see, and everyone can see, a woman standing on a grassy plain. Bird, you recognize it as Rhiannon. And it looks like, it's a scene that's playing over and over. She's standing on a grassy hill, and a beautiful horse walks up and stands next to her, and she gently lays a hand on the horse's shoulder and smiles. And then the scene will kind of like fade and come back in, replaying and replaying over and over again. And the little plants will, to you, say, memories.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean, but I appreciate you trying to show me.
They shiver again, and further along down the tunnel, they shift to reveal the wall.
Alright, she's gonna walk that way.
What's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna follow until I can't no more.
Great.
With the repeating, Elliot would have been like almost like highway hypnosis, just like watching it go over and over again.
Bootstrap will be there to push him along. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You move over, and it's again another scene. This time, Rhiannon is surrounded. She's in a camp, surrounded by other hill folk, and you can tell by the tents and the mats. And she's sitting at their front, clearly as a leader. And you see her look up and smile, her eyes lighting up, as a figure strides into camp, and she rises up to hug them. And you see that it's a Zeus who's walked into camp, and she is embracing him, and he her in return. And she turns back to like welcome him into the camp. And then the scene restarts and replays again, her sitting conversing with her camp, looking up, seeing Zeus, just kind of over and over.
Taller than I thought.
No, she got to hug a Zeus. He got the
Well.
shitty end of the stick.
He's always been in a painting for us. I will hug him when we find him.
You're gonna hug a painting.
Well, no, I think he's out of the painting now.
All right.
And she will lean out. Do you have any more memories to show me?
As you ask that, the plants, like all the way down the walls, will shiver, like rustling their leaves in excitement. You know that your spell only extends 30 feet, but it's like all the way down, just shh. It sounds like rain as the leaves rustle. And now that you know what to look for, you can see there are countless scenes playing behind the foliage. As you move, you can brush it to the side, and you see scenes of Rhiannon and the hill folk. You see a coronation ceremony, and as you continue on, you see a bloody battle where there are countless spells firing off, and Rhiannon looks afraid and tired. You see another where she is fighting, and you recognize that there are creatures on weird stilted legs that seem to come up and try to swallow her and her people as she battles back. There's one where she falls, she's tossed from her horse, and someone steps in to defend. A man with broad shoulders and a large shield who puts it down in front of her, shielding it. And you stop for a moment because the man looks familiar. And as you watch this scene play again and again, you recognize it as Staley. He is younger, and his face is not scarred, but in the scene, he stops and protects her. Over and over, the same scene.
All right, I'm gonna continue walking, especially once I realize that my friends can also see these images play out. I will just continue to walk down, and I'm gonna occasionally graze my fingers along the plants as I kind of walk down through this gallery of memories.
You continue, and you see moments of joy and moments of despair. The further down the tunnel you go, Staley appears more and more. And you see there are moments of him and Rhiannon looking out across battlefields, crying over the loss of men and women, celebrating victories. You watch the two of them fall in love, and eventually see moments of quiet togetherness, sitting on broken, bloody battlefields. And as it continues on, you start to see other faces reappearing over and over again. Eventually, one you recognize, how to explain this? You notice like the tide of the war and the conflict shifts. And Rhiannon looks more and more tired. You're getting to the end of the tunnel. And the scenes are starting to get hazy, staticky, kind of. And the last few scenes depict Rhiannon gathering up items from her tent. One that's familiar to you now. You've seen it passing in moments. And stepping out, and in front of her, a group of hazy figures. It's like this memory is deteriorated, so you can't quite make out who they are. But there's a group of figures, and she steps out of her tent and looks at them, nods as if she knows what she needs to do, and turns back to check her tent one more time before striding away with the figures. The last scene that you see is her and Staley holding hands, and there seems to be this large butte almost that rises up above them, and she squeezes his hand, and he looks at her, and you can see that he says something to her, but there's no sound, and a tear rolls down her cheek, and she nods, and they proceed up the butte, and it fades into black.
As I kind of reach the last memory, I will reach down to the plants and just say, "Thank you for showing me."
They will kind of sway again in an unfelt breeze and shift over the walls. By this point, like map-wise, you've gone to the other side, where it once again returns to the regular tunnel of just straight, though the walls with your lantern of revealing glow with that same blue light.
I will wait for my friends to catch up with me before I continue down the tunnel.
Back where we started? Yeah. Kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Continuing on, I think.
I'd join up with you.
Awesome. Bootstrap, you doing the same? You just following?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You step out, and again, it returns to the straight tunnel. And you continue to walk, though now, Rael, your light spell's not really required as the lantern revealing continues. Eventually, you reach a small, round cavern. And from there, 2 tunnels split off in different directions. Above one, you see the symbol of Helm. Above the other, the symbol of Malil.
I got nothing.
Remind me whose gods are whose.
Neither of these are anybody's. You want a full list, or do we have to hold hands again?
Well,
Saint the player would like to be reminded who Bootstraps is because I didn't write it down.
I have no fucking idea.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool. We're on the same page.
I didn't write down either.
Bootstrap. Maybe you should choose.
I have to choose. Isn't that not how it works? They choose us.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
What if 2 of them liked you? And maybe they said, we'll let him pick.
What do I know about these 2 gods?
Roll me a religion check.
Flurb.
There we go.
There we go. That's a good roll. Let me pull up. All right. So, Malil, you kind of like think you're trying to like search through your memories, and you remember in growing up, there was a person that you grew up alongside in your family, if you understand what I'm trying to say, who wrote a lot of poetry, a lot of song, and had a fondness for Malil, and remembered how he would talk about Malil quite a bit. Outside of that knowledge, Malil is the god of poetry, song, and eloquence.
Okay.
And then Helm, you think you're trying, and there's something about the actual symbol itself, the clenched gauntlet, that kind of reminds you. Helm is the god of guardians and protectors.
Okay. He's gonna let everybody know that. So Malil is god of poetry and Helm is the god of protectors. My instinct says that you
Choose your next words very carefully.
I think that you have more in common with Helm than you think.
The fuck you trying to say, God boy?
I'm trying to say that you're a guardian, whether you like it or not. Or you could be a poet.
There is something a little poetic and eloquent about your connections in those tattoos.
You got a secret love for poetry we don't know about, Bootstraps?
You ever poke a bear before?
Yes.
I have not. No.
Well, you're about to.
Bootstrap limerick win. Okay, so why don't we just take a little jaunt down Helm's tunnel. You turn on the lantern, and if things go, then things go.
If things go, things go.
Yeah. I don't think we're getting out of here until we learn what they're trying to teach us.
Oh, they're teaching us now.
I mean,
They make us.
you just saw. You saw Staley in the mystic woman that's been following Bird around.
I'm sorry, I don't have any mystic women in my life. I know you have plenty.
No. Just Lunette.
Oh, just Lunette, yeah. Okay. Who's the fuck is Quinn then?
We don't talk about. Look.
Oh,
are
we
we
don't
going
talk
down?
about it.
No, it's there's history there. Okay.
I'm going down the Eye Fist tunnel.
Then fine. I'm going down the Eye Fist tunnel with you.
Come on, Bird. I think we're going down the Eye Fist tunnel.
Okay.
Uh,
I think Bootstrap, you should walk first.
Is that because I'm bigger than you? You can hide behind me.
As he says this, she's gonna look at Rael and wink, and she's like,
So obvious. I can't believe he doesn't see it. He's just whispering to the bird.
Your turn, go.
All right, we're going down the Eye Fist tunnel.
Awesome.
I hate that we called it that.
I also hate that you
Man,
called it
right,
that.
Ew.
It's
He's talking, just chill.
less
He
than
awoke with a
ideal.
fright in the middle of the night because I stuck my knife in him and ripped his guts out.
You move down through the tunnel. Bootstrap, are you going first?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure everything's set up. Yep. Great.
Where's that up? Oh no.
You continue on, and again, it's a long stretch of tunnel. You continue to walk and walk, though the light makes it a little bit more bearable. There's often little flickers in the ice around you, and soon enough, you see that it opens up in front of you. And you step in into a kind of I hate that it keeps stopping the music. I'm so annoyed. You step out into kind of more icy caverns. But the ice itself sort of shimmers iridescently and like silvers and pinks and yellows. It's beautiful. And as you move in, you see in front of you the ice gets hazy and like there's a cloud swirling behind the ice. Probably if I'm gonna ping like here, like on the wall.
Right. And these large shootout pieces.
Yeah,
of
it's
ice
just
we
like
can,
it's like jaggedy walls. Like think of, you know, those mineral rocks where like when you break them, they break in geometric shapes. It's kind of like that, but the ice. So it's
Right.
they're sharply angled, but there are smooth, flat planes in it that extend up before it curves into a ceiling.
Right. Well, I mean, seeing as it's the way forward, Bootstrap will walk in this direction.
Mm-hmm. Who has the lantern?
I would have handed it to him on him insisting that he goes first.
What
Okay.
are you handing me this lantern for?
Because it reveals.
Why don't you just hold it then?
You said you wanted to go in front.
I didn't want to go in front.
She's just gonna hold it out for him.
take it.
Okay. You take the lantern, and as you turn and shine the light, the hazy cloud in the ice kind of parts for a second where the light is shining, and you see a young boy standing in front of a dog, with kind of like in front of two larger boys, kind of mad dogging them and like yelling and waving his arms and kicking at them, as if to like ward them off and away from the dog.
Oh, puppies, that's cute.
Yeah, it is cute. Anyway, moving on. Come on.
As you continue, the icy walls, the clouds are more present in the ice as you move. And as you kind of turn the lantern around, it's very similar to what you've already experienced. As light glances off of the walls, it starts to reveal short snippets of scenes. You see the boy turn into a young man. You watch him learning hand-to-hand combat and running down streets of a city, delivering messages and helping local shops. You watch him go through adolescence, where he eventually dons metal armor and various different, weaponry. The youth falls from his face, and he once again becomes recognizable to you. This is Staley, and you're watching him grow up. You see him enter a church of Helm, where he kneels and swears an oath. And Bootstrap, as you kind of are holding the light, you see a larger-than-life figure kind of shimmer standing behind him, smiling. And the face looks somewhat familiar, but you can't quite place it. If you'd like to roll a history check, you can.
Well, I mean, I know as a player where I might have seen it.
Okay.
If that's what I'm rolling for. I just
if you want to assume, that's fine. And like.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Fine. I'll roll a history check then. I'm gonna do battling on purpose now because I have a +1. But that's a 20.
Awesome. You recognize the face. You have seen it before. It's the one that accosted you from your swirling tattoos and asked if that was all you could do.
Mm-hmm.
You continue on. Staley joins a military force where he rises through the ranks. You watch him helping fellow soldiers on the battlefield, always acting as a protector, evacuating towns as flames and smoke approach on the horizon. You see a mirroring scene where Staley rushes forward as a giant wild mage is descending upon a beautiful horse, and he throws up his shield, and there's a flash of golden hair. And you see Staley fight alongside Rhiannon. You see him meet other people. There's an old tiefling woman that's featured pretty regularly. A half-elf man. You also see a silver dragon in a couple of moments as you continue on. The war progressively getting worse and worse. You watch as Staley witnesses the horrors of war. And you see the bright light that was in his eyes as a boy begin to fade as he continues to throw himself into protecting those around him. As you continue to move forward, much like the tunnel before, the tone shifts. There's a desperation and yet a determinedness in Staley. And there seems to be, right about where you are, a corresponding scene to what was seen in the last one. Staley, surrounded by other hazy figures, approaching this large rift in the ground, like a plateau or butte, approaching it, squeezing Rhiannon's hand and moving forward. And then there's Black. However, there's a short scene right after. It's Staley walking out of the wastes, but now he is covered in scars. Black and angry, his brow furrowed in a harsh line, teeth gritted as he strides north through the gates of Hawkins Keep and fades. You continue into this larger room and you see across from you there is a door. That's this right here. You can see that it's carved out. There's no knob or anything. And the walls of this cavern are still hazy. There's still a cloud about them. And as you approach the wall and hold up the lantern, you see yourself as a boy. It's a memory.
Wait, is that are we looking at baby Bootstrap?
I move the lantern away as they approach.
That's some baby bootstraps right there.
You shut your mouth or I do it for you.
He's so itty bitty.
I will steal your surgery kit and sew it your mouth closed. I am not a good surgeon.
I think we were spot on. I think we found the right god for you.
Oh, good. So he got Staley.
Staley does seem to be a common factor in this.
Are you related to Staley?
Ach, no. I'd hope not.
You sure?
Yeah, are you sure?
I don't fucking know. Didn't exactly get to meet Da.
Never asked you about your dad or your mom, but have you like your mom's not Rhiannon, is it?
If Rhiannon was a whore at the end of her life, then yeah.
I mean, I'm not making any judgments.
Yeah, sex work is sex work.
I approach the door, sans light shining at it, and try and push it open.
Make me a strength check.
Okay. So I'm just taking a note that I need to punch everyone in the face.
IRL or in character?
In character, don't worry. I wouldn't damage the goods. 22. Oh, sorry, 20. 21 rather. Because it's...
You go up to the door and you put your hand on it and try to push it, and you give like a good push, and it does not budge. It gives no indication of budging. It seems as if it is. If you didn't see that it was carved into the shape of the door, it feels like an absolutely solid wall.
You need help?
No.
Okay.
Gonna step back and try something again. I'm just gonna hold the lantern up.
Swear to fucking God, you don't fucking show me, baby.
You hold the lantern up, and there, as you do, it's like writing reveals itself on the wall, on the door itself. You aren't able to control the light super well, so there are a couple of scenes to the left and right of the door that are revealed as well. You can describe what they look like, and how you're going to have to hold the lantern there for a while to be able to read the words.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Okay. So yeah, there's one where it's very clearly young boy bootstraps, in a similar looking alley to the one Staley's in, only there's no dog. There's just an encroaching man with a knife. He similarly holds a knife and ducking under, he slices both his Achilles tendons and pulls him off of his feet before running away. There's another of a older bootstrap in a prison yard with another larger fellow coming in and kind of seems to gesticulate to a crowd to gather, and as he's about to attack Bootstrap, he turns and shoves a large rock into the guy's mouth and crushes him down with a two-handed bit. Standing over him triumphantly, seeing at his side, the reason he was able to do it was a half-orc boy about the same age with a singular tooth or tusk coming out of his mouth. There's another memory of Bootstrap, similar to as he is now, less tattoos, jumping onto a docked ship with a large group of people, slaughtering and killing and, kind of watching out in particular to kind of like a Robin to his Batman sort of younger figure. And then another memory of him, of a group of people sat around on by the light of candles on a ship, drinking heavily, dancing. There is an Aarakocra playing a song hanging upside down from the rigging. Generally pleasant. Jack's there, doing a feisty jig, but also teleporting and stealing people's drinks.
I imagine Bootstrap kind of gets distracted from the door as and kind of moving from scene to scene as he kind of moves around the cavern. He can't help himself as he takes this trip down memory lane and remembering some of the good times.
Yeah. And then there's the last scene of them all going together. A ship is in the distance, and there's some discussion. They all seem huddled together. Finally, a group all seems to stomp in agreement. Bootstrap turns and grabs onto a helm, and then several knives plunge into his back, and he collapses. The figures stand over him, and some put crossbow bolts to the back of his head. And that's it. Bootstrap quickly then reverts back to the writing.
As you hold the lantern to the door, the words reform and seem to be kind of floating, suspended in the door, and it will say, the key will be revealed when the weight of good deeds is measured.
What the fuck is this? You sure we didn't go down that poetry god's path?
Burr's just gonna come up and just kind of place a hand on his arm and just kind of look up at him. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
That happened to you.
What?
We had a rough go, buddy.
Oh, fuck off.
Just saying.
I asked for a fucking sit down talk. Oh, let me cry. No. Help me figure out how to open this door.
Oh, okay. I would like to give the door a push.
Okay. You go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Okie dokie. This is gonna be embarrassing. Yep. Actually,
Yeah, like athletics, or I guess that still counts.
yeah, it's not gonna make a difference. It's even worse.
It's even worse. You try, like, as you push against the door, like, you kind of give it a little running start and slam your shoulder in, and you go, because, like, it's solidly there. It's heavy. Like, it's a solid door. You are able to deduce, my Mr. Detective, that you cannot push this door open.
Can I pull it?
You try to, like, find a handle to, like, gain purchase, and there really isn't one. It's a smooth stone, or kind of stone ice door that's cut out in the shape of the door.
Okay. Just gotta check. He just goes, Bootstrap, I can't do it.
So you saw me push on this door and not to yourself, oh, Bootstrap, he's a big little weakling.
No, I just thought that you didn't want to see your memories, so it wasn't gonna open until you watched your memories. Now that we watched your memories, I thought it was gonna open.
If there were words.
Did all of us see the words, GM, when he held that up?
You did.
Okay.
Right. So how do we get it open?
What were the words?
The key will be revealed when the weight of good deeds is measured.
Oh, the key will be revealed when the weight of good deeds is measured.
Measured.
Yeah, very good, by the way.
I don't suppose there's any scale type devices in this room.
As you guys take a gander around, Bootstrap's kind of moving the lantern around. Elliot and Rael, you will notice as he passes it over the floor, there seems to be, you could almost mistake them as like cracks in the ice, but they kind of glow a bit brighter when the lantern passes over it in the very center of this room.
Hey, could you put that light back over here? I think I saw something.
Fine. Yeah, he's gonna shine it back over the cracks.
Yeah, it's kind of glowing.
As that does, and as you sustain the light on it, a platform kind of, it's like it glows and the floor turns into a diamond shape, and just kind of pulses with that soft blue light.
Well, the weight of good deeds. Weight of good deeds.
I think I figured something very important out. I think I need to stay as far away from magic for the rest of my life as humanly possible.
It's not so bad. You just got a condition right now. We'll get that taken care of.
It just doesn't stop, Rael. Now there's a floating diamond platform thing.
I mean, we could either choose to be afraid of it or be in awe of it.
I'm gonna go step on it. How's that?
Okay.
I'll step on it.
You step on it, and you hear a like click sound above you, and there's a small platform that kind of releases from the ceiling, and comes down a ways, but not nearly close enough for you to reach.
I'm gonna get fully onto the platform then.
Your full weight, it comes down a little bit more.
Is there enough room on that platform for other people?
You can try.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on that platform too.
Elliot's doing it too.
Bird will do the same.
As you all step onto the platform, it continues to descend. Seemingly, there's no chains or rope. It just kind of, in this beautiful spiral, descends down from this vaulted, curved ceiling. And it stops about 10 feet in the air. It's like 10 feet in front of you, 10 feet in the air. So you're not able, all of you standing on it, you're still gonna have to like figure out how to reach it.
Well,
On the
get on my
platform, there
shoulders.
is a small silver key.
The other one, right?
Hmm?
The other platform?
Yep, the one that's descended. It's got a small silver key.
10 feet up. All right. Well, I can throw one of yous.
Elliot steps off the platform. Sorry.
Bootstrap, in your pack, a small companion squirms.
Not right now. Hey, it's just what?
Ugh, and two little webbed feet poke out, and a bill pushes back the flap of your pack and like looks around bleary-eyed.
I made you a full pouch back there. Do anything with you. What? And he's gonna turn around, grab the pack, and grab Jocelyn out. What?
It yawns widely in your face, exhaling with like force, and there's a little crackle of electricity.
He's gonna look at her platform, look at Jocelyn. Could you grab me a key?
She will reach out and pat your face with her little webbed feet.
I'm going to tie a rope to you. And he's gonna do it.
Okay.
He's gonna tie a cute knot. Sorry, a looser fitting knot around Jocelyn, and kind of like, now I'm gonna throw you. Okay, you're gonna be in the air for a bit, but you're gonna land.
Kind of waddle its little legs in the air, kind of as you hold it, kind of squirming. You can tell she doesn't like being held like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll like open hand, palm, let her settle onto my hand.
Okay.
And he's just gonna like, he's 6'4".
Mm-hmm. Make me an athletics check.
Oh no, my baby. Athletics. Okay. Oh, I have a plus 15 to athletics. 25.
You throw Jocelyn, attached to the rope, towards the platform, and there's a moment of fear because as her weight leaves your hand, you watch the platform with the key actually start to ascend again, as if the weight of her is made a difference. But you are able, luckily, you kind of overthrew, and the platypus kind of plops onto the platform, sliding a little bit on her belly and kind of crying out annoyed, flailing about, and she hits the key as it goes skittering off the platform, and she slides over the other side where she now dangles loosely from the rope as you kind of hold it taut, kind of like a pulley sister, as she's and she is upset and kind of like squawking at you. The key is no longer on the platform. Jocelyn is dangling from a rope. What do you know?
Let's just Jocelyn away.
Start pulling this tiny baby platypus back in, just pulling.
Bootstrap. I think I could get her. And I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and go out and just pick up Jocelyn, trailing the rope behind her, and bring it back to Bootstrap.
Perfect.
Right in front of
Take
him.
it out.
As she is handed back to your hand, you watch the little platform the key was on descend back to where it was. The key is on the floor.
See, Rael, this is what I'm talking about. Unnecessarily convoluted for no reason.
I think this was a pretty interesting bonding experience. I mean, we got to see a softer side of Bootstrap.
I am going to kill you.
I
will
can only kill you once.
No, you fucking try. I will find a way. I will get your god to bring you back so I can do it over again.
Hey, you don't want to
As he's
upset
saying this, he's putting Jocelyn like into his jacket in like a little like papoose.
She kind of happily like she does that thing where she like turns around and like puts her little feet on your chest and like patters, and then no, I liked it the other way, and she'll turn around and like kick them out in front and like kind of squirms trying to like get comfortable, but eventually snuggles down and decides with like her belly to your chest and kind of like starts to doze off asleep on your chest.
Given how my left shoulder is basically going inoperative, he's going to kind of like Napoleonic officer, like one hand in, kind of like make a makeshift sling with his jacket and like just keep a hand on her.
Yep. She will kind of honk happily and settle in.
Yeah, well,
Go and grab the key.
Awesome. As you step off of the platform, the other one begins to ascend. However, you're able to safely retrieve the key and return to the door. As you approach with key in hand and kind of hold it out to the door, a small keyhole will just appear. It's like there's a kind of a grating sound of like ice against ice. And it's almost as if as you extend the key forward, a keyhole shapes like in response, and you're able to put the key in and unlock the door. As you do so, it kind of, there's a chunk sound as it seems to like fall off of like a track of some kind, and it glows for a moment and just vanishes, revealing another long straight tunnel.
I'm gonna hand the lantern back to Bird.
I'll be happy.
You. She'll keep the lantern out though, just in case we need it again, but she's just carrying it.
Awesome. Are you guys leaving this cavern?
Can I do a quick investigation to make sure we didn't leave anything?
You may.
Alrighty, lads. Let's see what we've got here. 19.
As you kind of look around, you realize that like there's a section of wall past where Bootstrap had shown his lantern that he didn't shine on. Like there seems to be just a little bit of remaining stretch. Other than that, that's the only thing that stands out to you.
I want to pull out my torch and see if I see anything on this wall.
Okay, you take your torch over, and the firelight just flickers off of the walls. The clouds still swirling. You deduce you need the lantern of revealing.
Bird, can I see your lantern for a second? Just
You are not looking
She'll
at me
walk
as a kid
over.
anymore.
I'm not
She'll
gonna
walk
look
over
at you
with
as
the
a kid.
lantern and hand it to Rael.
You know, I just want to see what's on this wall. That's all. No, nothing. Don't be so antsy.
I am ready to
Yes.
grab this lantern. Should something too sensitive come out.
Jocelyn, sensing your like frustration, will crankily like squirm and like pep 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 like pep 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 pep.
Oh, fucking adorable. Oh yeah, just want to see what's over here. And he just puts the lantern up.
Bootstrap, will you describe the scene following your death?
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. So it's that same. Instead of a ship now, there's a bloody corpse on a rock, kind of just left there. Blades and arrow bolts and crossbow bolts still left. Other ships are a larger ship marked with, a local town. It seems to be some kind of naval group, sails closer. Some, younger shipman goes down and kind of pokes at the body, kind of attempts to push it over a little bit, and then just kind of wraps around, gets hoisted up onto the deck. And after removing some of the stuff, they finally kick him over onto his back. And there's a moment they're all looking and it's clearly some discussion amongst the captain, and then Bootstrap's eyes just flash open. Skin kind of turning that same inky jet black straight from his eyes, entirely covering his body as he stands up to his full height around them, clearly enraged, but not seeing faces. And you'll see as he finishes, he's looking back with his back to the vision. The ink slowly forms around his scars into the tattoos of the names and skulls.
Rael's gonna lower the lantern. Okay.
What fucking stop wait. You got what you need to see.
Yep. Yep.
Bird is gonna get a very strange look on her face, and she's gonna walk over to Bootstrap. And it's probably the most intense she's ever looked. And she's just gonna stare at him and say, "I didn't know you died. How did you get back?"
I told you I died.
I thought, I died. Like Rael died that one time.
Dying.
I did die like Rael died that one time. I got better. They tried to kill me. And then they didn't.
How did you get back?
I don't fucking know. Some voice comes in, says, "You want to kill me?" I said, "Fuck yeah. Of course I fucking do." And I was awake.
Was there anything after?
I don't fucking know. I was on a fucking rock in the middle of the ocean. It was all inky black.
Okay. And she'll just kind of go quiet for a little
Why
bit.
don't you ask God Boy over there?
Hey, I'm just finding religion, man.
How about you find the exit and get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good idea. Nice tats, by the way. If you're just gonna keep walking.
Are you guys coming? Did you find what you needed?
Yeah, we're coming, Elliot, and he's gonna pat Elliot on the back. Who's just like, poor Elliot is just not having a good time.
Exhausted and fuck magic. Nope, having a bad time.
Elliot is the manifestation of the bro. I'm just not having a good time right now.
Exactly.
All right,
All
yeah,
right.
so we're gonna head off.
Awesome. And I'm going to use this opportunity to take a quick intermission. So we are going to break. We'll be back shortly. Chat, we'll see you in a minute. Go get some water, stretch, and we'll... Hey, everybody. We're back. Hope you had a good break. Got some water, some beverages. I'm just going to handle here in case you didn't see. We were gifted a good table earlier by the wonderful Sir Heckalot. And it has been taken into account and will pay back narratively later in the session. So, thank you, Heck, for the donation. You're the sweetest in the world. You guys left this cavern, moving forward down through another long stretch of hallway. You're starting to get tired. You can tell that you've, again, like, you're in an enclosed area. There's no sun or any way to tell how much time has passed, really. But you're starting to feel like your legs are tired. And as you continue to move forward, you're like getting to the point like, man, that we've been walking like all day. This is crazy. And as you continue forward, I'm gonna switch us. Let's see, how can I do this and have it not, it's gonna goof up my music. Actually, we'll just leave you on this scene. You continue forward, the lantern kind of glowing happily, and eventually you reach, ahead of you, you see kind of darkness. Like where before things had kind of lit up in front of you, there's a dark to it. And as you step out, you see the tunnel in front of you fall away. And in front of you is a long bridge suspended from thick, heavy, what looks at first glance to be rope at several points. And towards the far end, there's another door, but it's sealed off, it's shut, and it's dark, and more importantly, it's quiet. As you step out, your kind of steps echo and reverberate in this dark chasm. You hold up the lantern, and it's like the dark swallows the light from the lantern. And I mean, Rael and Elliot, your passives are insane. You look at this bridge and you see one of the ropes, like these ropes go up, 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 and just disappear into black. You can't tell where they're anchored off. However, in the middle of the bridge, one appears to be snapped and kind of hangs loosely. And as you approach the edge of the bridge, right on the edge, and you actually look at the ropes, you realize it's not really rope. It seems to be almost like a thick wire, almost, made of metal.
Can I investigate this to see if I can learn more about it?
Mhm.
All right,
We're all moving up together, right?
Yep. We're gonna theater of the mind this because I couldn't be bothered to find a map that would work.
Bootstraps is gonna like check the stability of this by grabbing a hold of one of these wires and kind of just like plucking it.
As you do that, Rael, there is like a reverberation, and a clear tone kind of peels out from the rope, and it's in a minor key, but it is a singular note that peels off and reverberates off of the cavern. Rael, with your 29, you can see that they're all of the ropes are like this, and they look like They look like what's inside a piano, almost. And while Bootstrap plucked it, and there was a sound, you figured that you'll get a louder sound by actually, like, hitting it.
Hitting the wire?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to test this theory and give it a good old whack with my... What do I have on me? With the flat of my short sword. Just
As you do, a singular note peals out. It, yep, in a clear tone, exactly. Thank you.
I got you. Okay. Are we
That's-
in? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a thick fucking rope. It'll hold.
And we still don't see what it's attached to, right?
It just continues up into blackness, and below it's holding a bridge, and down is just darkness.
I'd like to take a arrow, cast light on the arrowhead, and shoot it up so I can see what it's attached to.
It seemingly goes forever, and you watch the natural arc of the arrow go and watch it fall and be swallowed up by dark.
Shit. Okay.
Is there another cable near us?
There should be two.
Yeah.
There are several along the length of the bridge. One is broken.
Right. I just meant like right next to us. I just wanted to make sure there was another one on the other side. I will hit the other one.
You hit it, and a different note peels out.
Higher or lower?
Higher.
How much higher?
So it's
like a minor third, or are we talking like
kind of, yeah. I was gonna be great and have this all recorded, and like, because I have my little thing, and then I didn't, and like, it's a whole thing.
You made me math.
I made you math.
So I feel like Elliot has been like around a campfire, or been like in some sort of military setting where someone's brought like a musical instrument out, and so I feel like that's a narrative that would allow me to ask this question. Does it sound like, you said it was kind of like in a minor key, which is kind of that's sad music. So does it sound like there's a note in between those that would fit in the chord?
They seem to be in the same, like, family.
Harmonic. Yeah. So we, because why wouldn't there be a strange bridge that plays music like a stringed instrument? We probably have to play them in an order.
Or we could just walk across the bridge.
Yeah, there's a door, and we're gonna have to open it. And
Bootstrap is gonna try just walking across this bridge.
Okay.
Like a human being.
Okay. You step out onto the bridge, and as you do, the sound of your footsteps on the road reverberate off of the cavern, and like seem to kind of surround you with swelling sound. You are able to cross the bridge, no problem, and you arrive at a door very similar to the one that you left in the other cavern. There's no handle, no lock. It's like it's carved into the stone itself.
Bootstrap,
Yeah.
hit it.
Bang on the door.
Or
the frame of the door.
Yeah, it makes a solid thud.
I meant the cable.
Well, say the fucking cable next time.
Bang the cable.
It is a different note. At this point, you've got 3 notes. Can everyone make a history check for me?
History, okay.
Do we have to play like the 4th, the 5th?
Minor fall in the major lift. The baffled kick. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Rael's 19, Elliot's 16, Bird is 9, Bootstrap is 5. Rael, something about that last note, it kind of like your brain clicks and you remember, and it's like the memory is forming. Elliot, you also you have a memory, but it's a little bit hazier. And it's actually the darkness that pulls it together for you. You've heard something in the same vein when you were surrounded in darkness.
All right, I'm gonna ask something silly.
Mhm.
Based on the fact that I'm starting to get a melody in my head, might I attempt a performance check?
Yeah.
What's it got you singing like? It's got you singing like na 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 na.
Rael, you have to take your other hand off the cable or it won't vibrate.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me know when I can try again, or if anybody else wants to try.
I don't know what need to play.
I don't know the song either. It sounds familiar.
It's something like when I was a young man, my father or something. I can't remember.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God, cries and emo.
It's not a phase.
I love so much, just out of character, I love so much how many times that particular song has been sung on TPK streams.
I try and do it every
Can
time.
I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Solving the goddamn puzzle. I'm sorry. It was necessarily aggressive. Like the song.
With a sense of pleasure and rationality. Okay, all right, I'm gonna try one more time. And now I have the blessings of emo behind me, so I can't fail. Ugh.
Okay. You hit the cables and you kind of run down all of them and you start to notice, and with your history check as well, it's starting to come together. It's not in order. You have to kind of move up and down the bridge, but you're able to feel out the natural.
I was gonna have him shoot the wires that are like at a distance so he can play, bang, bang.
Awesome. Yeah. So you do, and as you're kind of, like when there's like the puzzle games where it's like when you get it wrong in the pattern sequence, you continue forward, and as you do, the sound reverberates off of the walls, and it's joined. Like it takes a second. You weren't certain if it was actually the sound, but you start to hear like a something along with it, something playing along as you continue to move and hit the cables. There seems to be a voice that rises between the sound of these like large strings vibrating, and you hear it, but you're like, okay, I'm getting it, I'm getting the pattern. You're starting to play along with the humming, but then it fades away and you look at the broken string.
Anything?
Your arrow like flips and it hits the string and it lazily just dances.
Okay. We have a problem.
What
and
kind
how many
of problem?
And real quick, how many arrows do you think that cost me? Like 5, 6?
7, 8.
I would say around. I would say probably like 6.
6. Okay, I'm still good. He goes. I can't finish the song. Because we're missing a wire.
DM, does the wire look like we're able to, within the limits of our powers, actually put the correct tension on this wire to produce the sound? Since
It's-
technically it would have been like strung tight to get the bridge there.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation.
I would love nothing more. I would also like to take my passive 21.
If only we
A 20.
could.
I know, right? 20.
Perfect. So you go over and you see, you have the right idea. The string needs to be held tightly, and it's snapped, and it's not too far away. Like you're gonna have to like figure out some way to pull it tightly, but you think that if you can get a hold of it and anchor it down, it's worth a shot.
Do we see both ends of this rope?
You
Like
can only
both-
see the
both
one
braid spots?
hanging
We can
from.
only the one.
Mm-hmm.
So not where it connects to?
Like it
Just
like
the bridge?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I feel like getting the tune from Ryle playing it. Elliot, we'll just try to sing the note out loud and see if that works.
Okay. Rael, are you?
Yeah.
Let's role play that out.
So what's
is he
what's,
doing it the first time, or am I doing the songs again?
I mean, do you? I mean, we just need to hit that last note, right? Like,
All right, you think you got it in you? You do your exercises.
yeah, I've been working on it the whole time. I feel like my breathing's been really in the right place from the diaphragm, from marching down a cave for literal hours.
Sounds good to me. All right, I'm gonna
All
try
right.
this one more time. And a 1 and a 2 and a power of emo. Not as strong.
It's still good enough. You pluck it out, and again, as you pluck, you start to hear the sounds of a humming kind of joining in. As you hum that note, all of the chords vibrate it, and the hum turns into a voice. And the entire cavern reverberates over and over and over, and the door across on the other end of the bridge shimmers and vanishes.
We're not going to talk about this ever again.
Oh, never. No.
See, I have to say that note was clean and the reverberation was godly. Let's keep going.
All right. You guys
Walk across the bridge.
Yep, you walk across the bridge and step, and again, it's just tunnel that extends down before you. You continue onward, and eventually you're met with a light that shines from the other end, and you begin to hear voices. You move forward, and you eventually step into a clearing, and there is a host of familiar faces. It's a beautiful, verdant clearing. There is lush grass and bushes and trees. You hear the sound of children laughing. And then you recognize the people that you're looking at are the people that you left behind. In front of a beautiful, clear pool, Fleetwood and Stuart are conversing. Around, there are other people who are leisuring in the grass, enjoying. There's the scent of flowers, and you can even see like magical like butterflies flitting through the air happily as you step into the clearing.
We're dead, aren't we?
No,
Oh,
don't think so. It's not what it looked like.
is this all real?
How long was that tunnel?
Oi, Stu!
Stu turns and sees you, and his eyes go wide, and he goes, "Oh, thank the gods!" And he runs over to you. "Oh, I was so afraid. I was so afraid we'd never see you again. Oh, where have you been? Are you all right? Is everything all right?"
We went down a very long tunnel.
"You did? Oh, we did as well. It was strange and unusual, but I mean, eventually we made our way here. Are you all right? Have you eaten anything? You've been gone a while."
Fuck.
Can
How
I
many
insight
days this
check
time?
him?
You may. Insight. Go ahead and insight check. And he goes, well, it was hard for us to keep track. We had to camp in the tunnels a few times. A couple of days, I think.
Mm,
22. Rael, he seems legitimately excited to see you. Relieved, even. And very much himself.
Okay.
Is it warm here? Like, is this a warm climate situation?
It is warmer than you've experienced. It's like, imagine like a nice spring day.
Great. So, does there seem to be any sort of heat coming off of this pool?
You're welcome to go over and find out.
I am walking over toward the edge of the pool to see if it is a hot spring of some kind.
You do, and you put your hand in, and sure enough, it is pleasant to the touch. And as
Elliot
your hand,
begins stripping his clothes off. He's just done and getting into the hot spring. Like, he's just, it's hot tub time.
hot tub time.
This just became a hot tub stream. I hope y'all ready.
I'll go get my pot. Best I can do. Hot stream on a budget.
Did we hit that goal? Y'all crazy.
Dude,
Upon
eating a
seeing
hot
this,
tub sounds
Bird
amazing.
is also going to strip down to her small clothes and carefully set her pack aside and just leap and cannonball in.
Awesome. You do that, and you hear, like, as you run by, you see Kirwan and kind of watch with bright eyes as you jump into the pool very excitedly. And you jump in, and it's blissful. It's clear, perfect water. You open your eyes, and you see, like, just, it's beautiful water foliage with, like, bright little flowers growing down beneath you. It is perfect, and you feel refreshed. Your legs were hurting, but now it's soothing as you feel good. And the longer you sit in this area, the more you get the sense of home. Like you've come home. And you feel
She's-
perfectly at ease.
She's gonna just sink into the water up to her ears and just kind of paddle around.
Hey, DM.
Hmm?
Like, how refreshed are we talking?
Like you can kiss that level of exhaustion goodbye, baby.
Oh my God, thank you.
I would like to investigate everything. I don't trust this. Rael does not trust this. No.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigation for me.
I got a 31.
Jesus.
I'm checking every blade of motherfucking grass.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. And you do. You walk around, you investigate. You're lifting up rocks. You're watching, trying to see if there's like a glitch or a change, something to indicate that like this is like an illusion or not quite right. And as you do, you are pleasantly surprised to find that like the grass here is old. The bushes, their roots run deep. Like this is real. This is pristine. And again, that same sense of coming home, of just comfort rolls over you.
Hey, Rael.
Yeah. Did you just fucking splash me?
No.
He takes off his clothes to down to his box briefs and then cannonballs.
The people around you jump in and water. Actually, go ahead and roll me acrobatics.
A fuck you acrobatics check? Absolutely. I don't suck at that. 27.
You jump, you like launch yourself off, and you actually kind of do like a front flip cannonball in, and once you hit the water, it splashes everywhere, and it's, for anyone who's outside of the pool, the water splashes up, catching wherever this sunlight is coming from. You're not really able to tell, and it's like a moment frozen in time. And like, even though his act is very disruptive, there's a serenity about it, of this clear blue pool in the middle of this glen. And you hear the children scream in excitement, and some of the adults around chuckle in good humor, and you can see that they're starting to prepare for an evening to stay the night here.
One last thing I would like to do is I'd like to pull my spell book towards the end of the water. Don't worry, it's waterproof because magic be like that. And I would like to ritual cast detect magic, and that's the last thing he's doing.
Okay. Let me look these up really quick.
These? What's these, Sarah?
Well, it's School of Magic, right?
Yeah, it is.
So you do this.
Mm-hmm.
And as you cast detect magic, again, like the whole like there is like a sense of magic about the place. You detect it, but it's like kind of like the light, the sunlight. It seems magical to like help the plants grow and everything. The pool itself radiates divination magic.
Divination? Like scrying?
Divination, like scrying.
Okay. You just gonna see him cover his bits up real quick.
Can't you just like shape change those away?
You know, I don't like to talk about shape changing my bits. You know, it's a little personal.
Either way, Bootstrap is also going to begin like shrugging off the his pack and his heavy jacket. Unclips his cloak, which is really just like the top half of a shoulder coverage on his frame, and takes all the stuff off and like holds Jocelyn up in one hand. He goes, "You gotta learn to swim." Right?
And before you can say anything else, she wiggles and pushes your fingers off and plops into the pool, diving deep down and spinning excitedly as she descends deep into the pool.
Yeah, Bootstrap's gonna immediately jump in after, assuming
Bootstrap. Oh fuck!
just jump and like go down and try and like recover her and like see if she's okay.
Last I recall, this Jocelyn that Bootstraps is carrying around was able to emit what was it?
You actually Yep.
There would be a brief moment of under the water, and Bootstrap's kind of coming up, and his hair is all standing on edges, holding Jocelyn in his hands.
Who sparks like a happy like, "Brr," but then starts wiggling like she wants to get back in the water.
We
Just
all
gonna-
get shot.
He's just gonna look at her and drop her down.
She drops down and again pirouettes like just fluidly through the water, living her best platypus life. And you do see that she'll emit little shocks of electricity in her joy, but they don't seem to go out very far from her. It's almost as if the
Okay.
water itself is kind of suppressing her electricity as she just happily goes and burrows her bill in the grass and different flowers that are growing along the side. Just fucking having the best day of her little platypus life.
Bootstrap will just go and use the water to smooth down his hair.
Are Bootstrap's tattoos bleeding into the water? Elliot is curious.
No, they're tattoos.
I know. They move. I don't know what else they can do.
Stuart comes to the edge of the
He has
pool
second skin on, it's fine.
and pulls up his loose the loose legs of his pants and takes off his shoes and dangles his feet in the pool as well, smiling.
Hey, chosen only.
What fuck you. And he puts his feet
Get in.
in the pool. No, I don't like getting this is fine. This is perfectly fine. I just maybe later, but and he looks around as the rest of the
Yeah, I would help you.
All right, roll me roll me
checks?
athletics. Yeah, to pull
Yeah, okay.
but to pull this poor wizard unwillingly.
I want you to know that I'm weak as fuck, and I just rolled a 15.
I know you did.
I meant it.
Yeah, you fucking grab. He's like, no, I have a lot of magical items. I don't know how the pool might affect. And you grab and yank, and he lets out a bah, and just like mouth open, face first into the pool. You can tell by the sound that he has 50 gallons of water up his nose, and he comes up kind of like sputtering and splashing around and goes, oh, and kind of wiping at his face. And you hear a good sensible chuckle from the hill folk around the pool. And you watch as they start pulling out instruments and strange games. And there's a sense, when you met them earlier, like there was a sense of camaraderie, but you're starting to see the life and culture of these people as they finally feel safe. Stuart will kind of move over to the side and wipe at his face. I guess I should have expected that.
Let's hope that's the worst thing that happens to you today, huh?
I it's been good thus far. Have you seen any sign of Nyx?
No.
Hang on. Elliot goes underwater. She's not down below.
Stu kind of looks at you. Ha ha, very funny.
No, we didn't see any nicks in there.
What, were you tested?
Yeah, actually.
What did you see?
All sorts of stuff, really. We saw Staley. We saw the mystic lady that's following Bird. We saw nothing other than those things.
That's right.
Roll deception for me, please.
I'm sorry. I just looked at Karen. I'm like, no, he's not gonna say anything else.
Roll deception for me, please.
19.
Okay. He kind of nods and goes, "Oh, well, that's interesting. We've like I said, we've traveled for several days through the tunnel. It was fairly steep, going, but we were able to take adequate rests and kind of crowd along this is the first real cavern we've been able to find. We're grateful. And he kind of smiles. It feels good. Reminds me of home. And he gestures over to like there's where the grass is grown a bit thicker, and you can see that's where people are laying down bedrolls for the night. And he'll say, "I swear the grass over there, it's just like my grandmother's old feather bed. The best night of sleep I've had since I was a child."
Yeah, that's the thing that doesn't track with all this. You say it's been a couple of days, and well, it doesn't feel that way for us.
Also, can we just stop for a second and think about some other stuff that doesn't track? Like, I don't know, hot spring, middle of an ice cavern.
Well, I mean, this is the mirror in the sky. We are ascending to Dennever's domain.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole place is magic. Like this is full of divination magic. So cover your bits in the sunlight and stuff.
I was enjoying this till you said I was bathing in magic.
Well, the sun you're enjoying is also magic. So, see, magic's not so bad.
Take a nap.
Fleetwood approaches the edge of the pool and kind of looks in, and with a soft purr of his voice goes, "Ah, yes. My people are familiar with this place. We will be safe. This is the well of the unseen. It is said that there are many things that can be seen when paying attention to the weave and hearing the songs. Perhaps it will show us something tonight."
Yeah.
When he says that, Bird's just gonna like sit up because so far she's just been kind of floating at this with her hair kind of going out, and she'll kind of perk up, lift up a little bit, and then like face first into the water and look around to see if she can see anything.
You look down into the water, and actually, as you're looking down, you catch sight of something. It seems to be kind of resting gently, and it could be mistaken for a branch, but there's a bit of gold sheen to it. And you dive down into the water and reach out and pull it free, and it's almost like the plants part and like push the item up to you as if offering it to you. And you take grasp of it and swim to the surface, holding in your hand a beautifully carved bow. The wood is white with a golden grips and coiling gold that wraps around. And etched, remind me, what languages does Bird speak?
Common, Druidic, Elvish, and Sylvan.
In Sylvan, carved on the hand grip, you see the word wind song. And I'm going to go ahead and show, because I'm assuming folks are going to try and do the things. Thank you for the magic item very much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you found that in the lake.
Yeah, she's gonna hold it up, just kind of inspecting it. We found this at the bottom. The plants gave it to me. But I don't really use a bow that often. And she's gonna just look at Rael.
He's like, that is quite the bow.
It's been at the bottom of a lake. And it looks like it's made of wood. It's waterlogged.
Look. First off, look at the perfect tension on the bowstring, and
she's gonna just kind of offer it out.
He's gonna. Are you sure, Bird?
Of course.
Okay. Oh boy. And he goes, look at it's got the perfect tension on the strings.
Oi, strange women distributing bows does not give you the right to go on a mini log or...
Inspiration. I need you to take inspiration, please.
Ooh. Okay. And so yeah, he's just going to fawn over this.
Dispensation.
He's gonna knock an arrow.
My God, Mr. Saito. Okay. All right.
Holy shit! I mean, oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're gonna continue to RP, friends. We just got good table bombarded. I know we also received a bad table earlier. It has been accounted for in the narrative. Thank you very much.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, after handing off that bow to Rael, Bird's just gonna kind of float back again, her hair kind of streaming out in the water, and just kind of paddle around, just splashing and enjoying the water.
Okay. How many tables was that? 1, 2, 3, 4.
One
Okay.
for everyone.
Awesome. Yep. We're gonna roll with it then.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Let's see, what do we get? Oh, we're gonna fix that because I don't want to do that. Very good. Okay.
How's Elliot's head doing in the water as he's starting to fall asleep?
Go for it, Elliot.
Yeah, no, he's like relaxing to a point of nearly asleep, but his eyes are still like slightly open.
Okay. She's just gonna kind of paddle over to him. I don't know if it's a safe idea to fall asleep in the water.
Are you afraid I'll drown?
Yes.
That's what you're here for, Bird. You can save me.
She's just gonna eye him up and down and look at like her. Okay.
Bootstrap, as you're kind of leisuring on the edge of this pool, you look over and nestled in the rocks nearby, you see a curious frog-mouthed purse. And as you reach out and take it and open it up, it's got a bunch of unusually shaped dice in it, and a bunch of different, like, you've played dice games, but this has like a 4-sided die and an 8-sided die, a 20-sided die. There's just a bunch, but also mixed in, there is a bunch of coins, and you kind of like, it takes you a second. You kind of tilt it to the light, and you find 5 platinum inside that bag.
I quietly take this to myself. And the dice. So I give it a test roll, see if it's any good. Or if it's fixed. It's not very good. At the moment.
Let's see. Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
You find you're like kind of resting, and there's like a shift in the rock behind you, and you kind of startle for a second, and you see a flash of silver, and you reach out and find a fancy dagger with an eye engraved in the hilt. It's a familiar symbol, the eye of the unseen. And whenever you kind of like are looking at it, and you hear a bird kind of splashing in the water as she moves to the other side, and you turn, you swear you see the eye blink, but when you turn back, it's open. You have a +1 magical dagger.
I'd like to take the dagger of the unseen and put it in the pool of the unseen.
It it sits there happily.
Rael.
What's up? Not only does it have the perfect tension, but take a look at the knock on this guy. It's like the arrows rest so effortlessly. It's. I'm sorry. What did you have to say?
Hey, if you put something unseen into something unseen, does it become seen?
Is this some kind of riddle?
That is an interesting inquiry, my friend. Who's to say?
No, because un and un equals un.
Right, but does it though? Because they're both unseen, so wouldn't they just be like?
It'd just be unseen then. Unseen scene.
But
Stop and do
unseen
math.
means it's seen.
Unseen scene.
I don't think it'd be a scene. It'd be a goddamn arms race.
I'm gonna punch you.
I will cut the string on that new bow. I'll cut it. I'll slice it right off. Like it sets the dagger down beside his head and goes back to sleep.
Rael, you are admiring this new bow that you have and kind of just enjoying it. And other people are coming over and sticking their feet in the pool. The instruments are being pulled out, and they're starting to play happy music. And there's the sounds of conversation. And you feel something kind of like in the water brush against your foot. And you look down, and suspended in the water is a silver dragon scale that glows in the pool.
Just gonna pop and take it out.
As you pick it up, you feel there's like a pulling of the scale, almost like it's trying to get back to its true owner.
All right. Well, Lord knows we can use all the help we can get. So he just kind of puts it in his spell book and closes it.
Awesome. Bird, you found a bow at the bottom of this pool, and your natural instincts for wanting to find small trinkets is just at high alert. Like, you're watching people pull shit out of everywhere, and you're just like, this is a fucking treasure trove. So you dive down into the water and run your fingers through the grass. And again, it's almost as if the pool is offering it up to you. Your hands kind of catch something in the long grass, and you pull up, and it's, let me read it really quickly. Where'd it go? A fine chain necklace fashioned from links of some strange red metal. And as you pull it up out of the water, and you kind of like sit up on the rocks and hold it in your hand, it's warm. And you suspect that it's warm from the pool, but as you sit, you know how when you get out, like cold air rushes in and around, it stays warm in your hand and is retaining heat much longer than it probably normally would. Mechanically, this thing will give you resistance to cold damage.
Nice. She's gonna take it, and while it's still wet, she's gonna take it like as the chain, and she's gonna do the slow lower into her hand just for the feel of the chain kind of collecting in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then just pick it back up and do that a few more times, and then she'll put it on. And then she's gonna continue searching around for treasures, but mostly with an eye out for very smooth or interesting looking rocks.
Girl, you able to find so many? There's so many cool rocks in there. It's just like this place seems like heaven. Like this place seems as if it were perfectly crafted.
Almost heaven.
Almost heaven.
Too good to be true, I say.
As he stretches the string of his bow.
Whatever's coming here, I got something for it now. I would say at the end of his rest, he would ritual cast identify on the bow and the scale.
Yeah, so casting identifying the bow gives you all the information that's in the body. And on the scale, you determine this is an actual dragon scale. Like it's that tug of magic. It's trying to take you somewhere.
Is it pulling me in the direction right now? Because like he would
Kind
kind
of-
of.
Yeah, like it's hard to say. You can't directionally know, but there is a tug in a direction, for sure.
Okay.
But whether it's north, south, east, or west, you have no way of knowing.
He's gonna get out of the pool, get dressed, and kind of just follow it.
Okay. It will eventually lead you to the side of one of these caverns that's like just kind of covered with trees and rocks. Like it's trying to lead you to something that's not presently where you are.
Okay. Just checking.
Mhm.
But he is gonna see if that's an illusion there. He's just like, oh,
Mhm.
you never know. But other than that, yeah, he's just probably gonna take some practice shots with his new bow.
Awesome. Is there anyone else is doing? The hill folk around have a set up camp. They've begun to cook dinner. And there's several of them are singing melodies and dancing. Laughter is filling the grove, and slowly over time, the light, wherever it's coming from, shifts from the warm of light of sun to like the cool light of a moon. The temperature, however, remains the same, perfectly pleasant. Yes, Elliot?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bird. No.
Oh, Bird she'll eventually get out of the pool and just kind of go lay in the grass, not even bothering to put on her main outfit or pack or anything. She's just gonna go lay in the grass and kind of dry off, air dry. But she'll do the whole thing where she lays on the side looking into the grass and imagining if she were very, very small, what it would look like to wander through this like forest of grass. And just kind of like hang out and relax while everyone else continues to splash around or play music.
Mm-hmm.
Elliot would try to be the last one out of the pool before the pool was empty. And like kind of looking around, but not really trying to be as quiet about it as possible. Quietly under my breath, I'd say. So Torm, this is going to be the last relaxation and break that we have for a while, isn't it? And I would wait for an answer.
Roll a religion check for me.
My roll was a 12.
You sit there in the pool, suspended. The sounds of a simple, happy life around you.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
I have a reroll from chat.
Do it, man.
15, a little better.
Okay. Yeah, again, you see friends around a campfire, and everyone's mood is high and light, as if this is exactly where they were meant to be. And in the back of your mind, you hear a voice that just says, soon.
Elliot will take a very long pause and then get out and get dressed.
Is there anything else anybody else is doing?
Nope.
Okay. The evening will pass. The moonlight will kind of fade, and you'll see above you the kind of a glint of what you think at first is stars, but as they move hazily, you realize it's magical lights or fireflies of something that are mimicking stars, and it's perfectly pleasant. Folks kind of gather around the edge of the pool, continuing to like speak softly as children fall into the first real sleep that they've had in a long time. Fleetwood will look at all of you and say, where it's time to see if the well has anything to tell us. Would you like to join? It's like the gift. Sometimes it will show and sometimes it won't.
Right. Real quick. And he's gonna whistle and get Jocelyn out of the pool before they try to look into it, misinterpret anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She comes up and like she paddles really strong using her tail and actually leaps up out of the water and like lands with a little plop on her little belly on the rock and squirms and is very excited and like as if like trying to tell you all of the wonderful things she found in the pool. Very excited to be with you again.
He's gonna pick her up and like he hasn't put his like winter clothes back on, so he's just gonna use his jacket as like a towel and like wrap her up in it and like be holding her like that. All right, now you can fucking do it.
Awesome. You all kind of gather around. Blankets are drawn. I should also add as well, they're not here, but Jocelyn reminded me, your horses are also here and accounted for. Everybody's accounted for. Everybody's cool. And they all settle in and around. Fleetwood is offered a small guitar, which he will take up in his hands, and he will move to the edge of the pool and close his eyes, focusing inward as if looking for something. And he will start to play lightly on the guitar at first. Let's see if this is the right one because I didn't mark it. Yep. Above the lights will kind of dance a little bit. And the pool, now that no one's in it, is perfectly still, reflecting the lights from above. And as it does, it will kind of ripple from something unseen. And a vision will kind of play out across it. And Fleetwood will open his eyes and they'll be glowing like a gold with a golden light as he begins to sing. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. 13 chosen kneel on lines of the land, metal steeled against the rising red sun, each touched by creation with glass in hand, Mistress song unspoken, balance undone. The pool will picture a scene. There'll be 13 lights that kind of emanate from the edge of the pool in shapes of different figures. Gnome, halfling, tiefling, human, in a myriad of shapes. And they will kind of come together and swirl in the middle of the pool. A splintering snarl and a fracturing crack. The gleaming dragon lost beside Helm's shield. Two noble souls sink into darkest black. Left unseen, forgotten. New fates revealed. As the lights coalesce in the center of the pool, a darkness seemingly bubbling from the bottom will interrupt and explode, sharp, shattering lines darting through the light, breaking it apart. And two of the figures will spiral out, the black mixing in with the light. I'm going to turn this in just a touch. As they fade, the other lights disappearing, and he will continue. 13 chosen stand on lines of power. The wish, the vengeful, the just, the harrowed. The bard heard atop a Zeus' last tower. Magic remade, wasted lands now hallowed. Again, lights from the edge of the pool will move away, and the two figures swirling with black will spin in the center of the pool, darkness building around them, and the water will become very turbulent surrounding it. And the lights will move towards the darkness as it swirls and spins, and then it will all just dissipate. Lights lifting off of the pool, looking like little fireflies as they spiral out into the night. Fleetwood will strum out a few chords, letting them hang in the air, and open his eyes, still glowing a bright gold. Should the weave unravel and chaos reign, heed these modest words of the bard's refrain. A stillness will settle over the camp as the hill folk hold their hands to their hearts and clutch their loved ones. The magic of the pool shifting and swirling. There's peace in this moment, acceptance, comfort. They look at each other and smile. And one by one, they begin to peel off, recognizing that the magic of the moment signifies whatever they were meant to see, they've seen. And they turn to their bedrolls to rest.
More magic did nothing for me.
Come on, you had to admit that was impressive.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Stuart sits off to the side, and his shoulders are kind of shaking a little bit. With your passives, you see that he's crying.
I'll
He's
go
what?
over and give him Mr. Bun Bun again.
He's crying.
Stuart will take it. Thank you, bird. It was beautiful.
Yeah, she's gonna just pat him on the shoulder, and Mr. Bun Bun will cast Calm Emotions. Just to kind of help him out a little. It was a very, very pretty story.
It was,
should-
wasn't it?
We should probably go about getting some kind of rest. I don't know that we'll have a place this nice for a while. But we still need to make sure we get these two taken care of. And Rael's gonna go about getting himself ready to lay down with the rest of the
Awesome.
caravan.
Awesome.
Bird's gonna stay with Stuart for a little bit. And at some point when he calms down, she's just gonna look at him and be like, how do we find 13 lines to kneel on?
Pardon?
Well, there's a bunch of us, and we're chosen, and people have been talking about ley lines. And I don't know where any are, but I think we have to kneel on them.
Then he will look at you and hold his hands out. I wish I could tell you what it meant. Yes, ley lines run the width and breadth of our world, connecting and intersecting in a myriad of places. We've seen the cultists of Snarl trying to rip asunder these points. Yeah, causing chaos, ripping the weave. As for where we're meant to go, I don't know. I'm hopeful that we will find out once we reach Denver.
Okay. And she'll sit with him for a little while longer until he seems calm enough, and at which point she will retrieve Mr. Bun Bun and she will go get dressed and get her pack and find a cozy place on the grass to sleep.
Gio, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Back a ways because I just remembered I have the observant feat. During one of the wall revealing things, Staley and I keep wanting to call her Rihanna. Rhiannon. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
They
It's close.
were-
It's close.
They were at the butte and they said something, and then he started to cry and then head toward the butte. I was wondering, with my observant feat, which lets me read lips, can you tell me what they said to each other before they went off to that butte?
I can.
Because I have ideas.
I can. He turned to her, and as he looked at her, he said, "You fill up my senses." And she smiled and kind of squoze his hand and said, "We can end it. We can make it different." And he nodded and said, "I will protect you, no matter what." And they began to cry and climbed up the butte.
Okay. Rael's feel like part of this chosen gig is it kills you. That's what it's looking more and more like. Like we're gonna have to do, somebody's gonna have to make the sacrifice play, and he's not exactly enjoying that thought.
Is everyone going to sleepy sleeps? Awesome. You notice that no one sets a watch, and there doesn't really feel the need to. This is a place of serenity. Stuart doesn't even put up the tiny hut. He just lays a blanket out on the grass and he settles in, and you all are able to pass into sleep. I need everyone, except for Bootstrap and Elliot, to remove their headphones, please. You fall asleep, and it's restful. You dream of home and of wonderful things. And then things go dark around your vision, both of you. And then they come to get, like a light comes open, and the two of you are standing in perpetual dark. But you're there together.
The fuck are you doing here?
Oh my god.
You
What are you
really?
doing?
This is a fucking dream. I don't dream about you.
Was that all that conversation from the pool with Rael? I'm sorry, I don't know. What is happening right now?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm the fucking magic expert here.
Well, I'm not.
No, fucking no. Fucking weird dreams and stab it again.
I wondered where you went.
Oh, fuck you.
You're far, yet near. Ah. I know where you are.
Out of the blackness, a figure forms, stepping out in front of you. Again, featureless. Just a blank face, swirling darkness.
So, have you met him yet?
How about fuck you?
Fuck off.
Oh, William. William. Don't you see? I'm here to protect you. Elliot, surely you can understand.
So, hey, back on me for a second, really quick, really important point. I don't know what part of your eyes here, but fuck you.
You said that already.
I know, I really meant it. Want to make sure it sank in.
So you haven't met him yet? Then there's still time.
It's not really none of your fucking business, is it? More time. Fuck off.
The figure will turn and look at you, Elliot, like cocking its head, and you can feel a presence just staring into your soul.
I let it.
You don't intend on accepting my offer, do you? Oh. These stubborn weeblings. Oh. The lies you will believe. No matter. I will tear the mountains down. I will
Prove it.
scar the land and the people with my vengeance. And whether you join me or not, I will be free.
Can you
Prove it.
both make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Sure.
I'm gonna use
Is that 18?
15. With my +2, that's a 17.
You feel like in this void, you don't have the crystals on your body. It's your normal self, but you feel like something that's like a stabbing pain for a split second as something tries to overwhelm you. But you steel yourself in your resolve and you're able to kind of push it back. And the figure tilts its head and begins to fade back into the darkness.
No matter. It's too late anyways. You've been gone a long time.
And it disappears. And you fall back into sleep. Let's see, let me ping the Discord so Ryo knows. We good, fam. Come back, Noah.
Didn't he come back?
You can blame it all on me.
Hi.
Are we back?
We're back.
Okay.
Holy shit, Mr. Saito.
What the fuck?
You goddamn legend. Thank you so much. My God.
Stream bedtime.
Holy
calls.
shit.
All right, what the fuck happened that made Mr. Saito just do that just now? Because now I'm actually scared.
You wake
Oh,
in the pleasant
fuck you
clearing.
guys.
The hill folk around you rise and stretch And everyone, despite their evening, feels well rested, fully restored. You rise up and stretch, and you look around the glen and notice that it has shifted a bit in the night. The entrance in which you came through has now changed, and there are 2 exits leaving the way that you entered. What do you guys do?
I'll go to Bootstrap immediately.
Yeah, I go to Elliot immediately.
I'd like
Oi.
GM. Hang on, GM.
Mhm.
I'd like to look over both of our bodies and look at the crystals and everything that's going on.
You observe. I'm gonna make a medicine check, but do it at advantage, because you're kind of know what to look for. And I assume you're assisting each other in this.
That's why the fuck did I roll a nature check?
Yeah, not nature.
16.
16. Yeah, that's enough. It is not spread.
Oi, stop looking at my fucking arms. Eyes up here. You have a fucking dream.
Yeah,
All right.
same one you did.
How you fucking know?
We've already talked about it. But the same thing's talking to both of us. Listen. The last time I used my magic, this bullshit spread around and got worse. Right? And I heard from that thing, whatever the fuck it is, saying that that I was accepting whatever the deal was they were offering, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it clearly needs us for something. We just don't play the game.
Well, all right. I won't cast magic then.
Maybe it doesn't need magic from you. Maybe it just needs magic from me. I don't know. What I'm saying is it needs something from both of us.
Yeah, you try to get me to release it or whatever.
Sure. If we don't play, maybe it doesn't even come out. It's just yapping in our ears, trying to talk us into doing something.
Only thing it's going to do is get me to stab him.
I'm just saying, maybe we don't play the game.
Fine. Whatever. We have any more shared dreams that we should have follow along or something? I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Also, you should wear clothes when you sleep.
No. I refuse. It's more natural that way.
That was the part of the dream I wish I didn't see.
Oh, a little bit envy.
Let's get some breakfast.
Sausage?
And there is more than enough breakfast for everyone as the hill folk set to their preparing. Again, they're quite content. Some of them are starting to pack away items, knowing that they need to leave soon. And there is a little bit of just a tinge of sadness, you know, like, do we have to? Like, lingers in the air as they move about. Stuart is examining the 2 tunnels and will turn back to you, Rael and Bird, and say, "Let me guess. There's something that I can't see, right?"
Oh, absolutely not. No, everything's normal.
As you look, there are 2 symbols above the door.
Yeah. Who do we got this time?
You have the symbol of Lathander and the symbol of Kellenvor.
Lathander and Kellenvor.
Interesting.
Will they be? Will you be joining us this time? Is there another way for them to go?
He will shrug and say, "Last time we just made our way, and I get the feeling that whatever's happening, that you are meant to."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, stay safe. We'll get you on the other side of this thing.
I will see you soon. Safe travels.
Safe travels, buddy. Pats him on the shoulder. Takes a deep breath and goes, we ready for the second round?
Yeah.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
How about we start with Lathander? He seems to be a swell enough fella.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know anything about either of them, so.
Well, he's caught the Lord of Light, so he can't be that bad, right?
You've clearly never had a hangover.
True. I need to, you know what? I should drink with you one day. I think that'd be a great
You would die.
Okay, never mind. And he just looks at the Lathander hallway.
Just watches him go.
And he's got his new bow in his hand and he's just ready.
Awesome. It's a familiar sight. You set out into the tunnel as they stretch on before you. Again, as you descend in, the sounds of the camp slowly drift and then disappear. And you walk and walk and walk. Eventually, knowing by now that the lantern is a key part, holding it aloft, you reach. You can see there's a green light ahead of you. And you move forward. Let me get this set up real quick, because it's gonna wreck my music again. And everything kind of shifts around you. Instead of ice and cold, there is a small river that just seemingly, like, it comes from behind you and starts running between your feet, as if, and it slowly builds till you're like, it's not hard to move through, but like you're walking through water. You know what I mean? And you actually get the sense as it moves around you, there's a familiarity to it, and there's on the walls. Eventually, there's like mosaics that start to form, like different tile work. As you move into the tunnel. Let's see. Who's got the lantern?
Well, is this you or me?
I'll take this one. And he,
Bird will hand you the lantern.
You shine it on the mosaic tiles, and they, like, it's almost like they twist in response to create little windows that open up into the wall. And you see a familiar face, but it is much younger than you've seen. It's a woman as she strides down the streets of Bellport, smiling. She's in her late teens. It's Dee Charles. She strides down the street, waving as she goes, ducking into a home where she is surrounded by her family. Seemingly an older brother comes up and gives her a hard time, and she pushes him away. And the scene fades. As you've come to understand, you move along the hall, catching glimpses of Dee's life. Her following in the footsteps of her father, becoming a city guard. Eventually, seeing reports of the war coming into Belport, watching her brother, followed by her father, signing up to go serve, and eventually her. You see her at a training camp for the military, sitting across the fire from Leon, as they laugh and kind of shoulder each other, and run through drills. You again see violent battles where she is overwhelmed by wild mages, fighting for her life, and is gravely wounded. You see a scene where she is in clearly a medical tent, her face a long gash that's stitched up, and a cleric comes and sits on the end of her bed and holds her hand and smiles. And Dee smiles back. You shift as she goes through to the end of the war, and there's scenes of her and her unit trudging back into Norfordia, exhausted. The cleric from before smiling at her from the back of a cart, and her again smiling in return. She's back in the streets of Belport, in the same little apartment from before, but now instead of her father and her brother, she's there with her wife, Luna, the cleric that she had met on the battlefield. A small girl runs in off of the street, and they spend a moment together as a family. It cuts forward, and the room is dark. Dee sits alone. The plaster on the walls has fallen, cracked, her doorway shifted, caved in. She sits with a blade in her hand, holding it to her chest, sobbing. It shifts again. Dee is in the streets, moving rubble, saving lives. With each step, she gasps and turns, hoping to see someone that she loved underneath, but there's no one to be seen. Slowly, the scenes begin to repeat, the same and the same and the same. Dee waking up, putting one foot in front of another, living for the people around her. It shifts as she raises children in the streets from a distance as much as she can. Then one day she's in the square and there's a lifeless body, and she cries. At her feet, Hugh, dead. There's a scene of her putting up a notice on a board and waiting at the constable office. And the final scene is a door opening and 4 figures walking in as she turns with a smile.
I did not come here to cry, Sarah.
Yes, you did.
I did and am.
There is like tears down Ryle's face. It's just like, that's okay. So everybody who wants to hug Dee as soon as we see her? Just me then. Okay, and it keeps moving forward.
As
Bird will stay a while in front of the one with her holding the blade, and then ask Rael to like go back with her so she can watch the one with Dee's wife a few more times.
Okay, yeah. The good one.
it's their wedding day.
I thought it might be nice if more people than Dee could remember her face. And she'll just stare at it, trying to memorize.
That's nice, Bert. That's real sweet.
Elliot didn't move from the one with the dagger. He stopped in his tracks and recognized something that he could not move forward from.
Ellie, you are you all right, man?
Yep.
Bird will reach out a hand and try and put it in his.
He takes it.
She'll just stand there.
Bootstrap, as you kind of move forward and look around, you'll see that there's kind of tiered up from where you are. There is another doorway, and there seems to be a couple of pedestals in front of it. And you can easily climb up these little cliffs to reach it. Let's see. There are 4 waist-high pedestals, each with different features as follows. The first pedestal has a stone bowl embedded into its top, and the bowl is filled with fine white sand. The surface of the sand is smooth and flat, and you kind of like go to like push the bowl, and it's a firm part of the pedestal. On the second pedestal rests a feather quill, its tip broken off. And on top of the third pedestal is a series of runes carved into the surface with a horizontal line below them. On the fourth pedestal lies a piece of a broken sword blade, its surface polished. In front of you is a door, again, a familiar sight at this point. There's no indication of a handle or a lock.
Oi! There's another door up here. You saying something, Ryle?
He said, "Yeah, let's get on over to Bootstraps," and it's gonna make its way down.
Big squeeze of Bird's hand and then smile as we head over.
So we're looking at a sword and a stone type situation here.
No, it's a blade. It's broken. Showing the light on the door so we can see if it's a message.
And he does.
Only those who know their path will find a way forward. Reflections of those who've gone before. To find the way, look inward. On the pedestal, I'll go ahead and show you now since you're all there. There are 4 symbols. The first. The second. The third. And the fourth.
Hate to be that guy, but religion checks.
Go for it.
Well, one of them's the eye fist. It's upside down.
Yeah, there's another one that would make me want to do a religion check too.
The other one's the flamey hand that's upside down.
Oh yeah, that's a Zeus.
We got Helm's bit here.
Elliot, you recognize.
Mhm.
You know. And the last one, you're able to deduce, understanding there is a Zeus and Helm and Torm. And Rael, with a 12, you went to Tyr's temple. You recognize it.
And that's the last one?
That is, I believe, symbol number 4. Yes.
3. Oh, okay, 4. Oh, wow,
Mhm.
wow, it's like an upside down thingamajig.
They're all upside down.
They're all upside down, yeah.
Look, yeah, true. Well, it says we have to know our path and know what's inside, and well, this is mine. And he just kind of taps the symbol of Tyr.
Right, so how does that relate to the pedestals here?
Correct me if I'm wrong, GM. 4 pedestals,
Mm-hmm.
4 things on the pedestals. Each pedestal has a symbol on it.
There's the first pedestal has a stone bowl full of sand that's perfectly smooth. The second pedestal has a feather quill. Its tip is broken off. The third pedestal has this series of runes
Okay.
carved into the surface with a horizontal line below them. And on the fourth lies a piece of a broken sword blade that's highly polished.
I would like to pick up the sword blade.
Okay. As you hold it and tilt it, it's so polished, you can see your reflection perfectly in it.
I'm just gonna focus on that reflection for a bit. And gonna do the thing that I've been trying, which is to pray, which is, I'm not asking for the answers, I'm just asking for the clarity to find it on my own.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Here we go. 18.
As you're looking in and you kind of close your eyes, what does your prayer sound like?
Hey, again, it's your boy. No,
That's valid, man.
no, he just goes, Tyr, I know that this is my path. I just don't know what's required of me with this. And he's like, when he says this, he's referring to the blade.
You open your eyes, and for a second you see a figure of someone standing behind you with a wrap around their eyes, smiling. And your elbow kind of shifts forward, pushing your hand with the blade towards the pedestal where the runes are carved.
All right. And so I'm going to complete the action and just move the blade over.
As you hold the blade above the table, you're able to see it flips the runes. It reflects the runes, and you're able to see them in their orientation.
Oh, okay. Oof. And the third pedestal
Had the runes in a horizontal line.
Yeah. So I knew I was the fourth pedestal. Who's supposed to be sitting on the third or doing something with the third?
What do the runes say?
The runes in their right order are how do they look in the correct order? It's
There's like engravings of the symbols, right?
On the fourth
And
pedestal.
on the
Sorry, let me double check. The third pedestal. First pedestal,
right.
Stone bowl, sand. Second, a feather quill with its tip broken off. Third, the runes. And the fourth, now no longer with anything on it, had the blade.
Okay, and the order of the runes is in fourth position Tyr, right?
Mm-hmm.
In third position, who is it?
Torm. Sorry, out of character.
Torm. No,
Yeah. But it is, yeah.
Mhm.
Elliot sinks his hand into the sand.
You put your hand in the sand and you're able, it's not super deep, you're able to wiggle your hand down and you can feel the smooth bottom of the bowl. And when you lift your hand up off, it sits for a minute disturbed, and then it will level itself out after a brief moment.
Bootstraps is looking at the quill,
All right.
and he's gonna look at the eye hand, and he's gonna move over to the sand bowl and do a very crude drawing, someone would he traces his own hand. It kind of looks like a turkey, and he draws an eye in it.
Mm-hmm. And you do that, and it sits for a moment, and it stays.
I will reflect it in the sword.
It looks like a turkey hand with an eye in it,
Okay.
but now upside down.
Could we get reminded of the message on the door? I have only those who know their path can move forward. I think I didn't get the second.
Yep, you're good. Let's see. Only those who know their path will find a way forward. Reflections of those who've gone before. To find, I think it was to find the key, look inward.
So wait, it's in my fucking gut or something.
And the symbol is still staying there on the sand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bird, what do you think?
How big is the sword, GM?
It's just a broken bit of sword. You can roll to investigate if you're trying to like suss out any additional details.
Yeah, I would like to do that. And she's gonna look at Rael and kind of shrug in answer to his question. And just kind of step closer and look over things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You look at the sword, and again, there's no runes. There's no like it's the thing that's remarkable about this sword is just how reflective it is. It's practically a mirror.
Can I
Could
try?
just look
Oh,
at
go ahead.
myself in it?
Mm-hmm. You're able to see yourself
And it's just-
perfectly.
Yeah. Okay.
So nothing.
She's gonna hand the sword back to Rael.
Can I try to look at it, Rael, and just see?
Sure.
Elliot takes the sword and looks in it and would like to get a sense of
Mm-hmm.
how the sword makes him feel inside as a person.
All right.
Judged.
Hit me with that roll.
I heard the music changing. I thought we were waiting for something that I was not prepared for.
You're like, oh shit.
She just got real.
13.
You're looking at it, and I'm actually gonna stack on Bird's. As you're looking and you kind of holding it, Bird, you look at it in Elliot's hands. He's a little bit taller. He's quite a bit taller than you. So as he's holding it, he's right above the pedestal with the runes, and you both notice almost simultaneously that the blade is the exact same length as the line beneath the runes.
She's just gonna look up at Elliot and kind of point that out. It seems to be the same length. Can we put it in?
Try and put it in.
You take inspiration. You kind of settle the blade along the line, and as you do, it does sort of settle down into a groove that opens up, and you're able to let go of the blade, and now the runes that were carved upside down in the reflection of the blade are the right side up. And backwards, if that makes sense.
Rael, you're good at investigating things.
All right.
Is this a blood sacrifice thing?
I certainly hope not, but let's take a look.
Okay.
While they're investigating, Bootstrap is going to try and do very crude drawings of all of the symbols in the order that they're reflected in the sword and the sand.
Okay.
They're not good.
Hey, as they're reflected in the sword?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like the idea of you're just kind of off, like, trying to draw and sketch as they're reflected. And as you finish the last one, you'll hear a click. And the sides of the bowl will, like, spin. and the sand will like release, and a small pedestal inside the bowl will raise up, and on it will be a little silver key.
I think I drew enough dicks on this. Answer
Well-
was dicks.
Well, I guess if you guess dicks all the time, eventually you'll be right.
Oh, also I drew all the fancy god symbols on
Oh.
here.
Well, shit.
Yeah,
There it is.
I go and unlock the door.
Awesome.
Bootstrap is trying to take over your job, Rael.
I'm proud of him.
And she's just gonna grin at Bootstrap.
I guess discovering his inner child really unlocks some things for
I am going to drag a child out of you.
It doesn't make sense, but it's still terrifying.
Elliot spends more than a few moments wondering if that was actually the puzzle, since it was Bootstrap that solved it.
I move on, regardless of judgments,
I'm
with my
following.
14 wisdom. Thank you very much.
You
I'm following,
Yep.
but really weary of having a child pulled out of me.
you step in again to a familiar tunnel and begin to walk. And I'm going to suggest we take another quick break as we
Yeah.
enter into the last scene of this episode. So, chat, hang out with us for just a bit longer. Yep, we're going to take a break of hanging in there with us, chat. You have left the scenes of Dee's life behind, moving with purpose down a long corridor, walking, ever walking. As you move, the scenes that you've seen kind of swirl around you, and you almost, it kind of takes you a second, like you're each lost in your own thoughts, but eventually, like, you look up and you see light shining from the other end, and silhouetted is a figure standing there, waiting patiently at the end of the corridor for you. As you draw closer, you realize that it's someone unfamiliar to you. You've never seen this person before, but they wait quietly, a soft smile on his face. In his hand, he holds a stein that he takes sips out of occasionally. Dressed comfortably, he watches you as you approach and goes, "Ah, it's about time. Been waiting."
You would be?
"Ah, right. The name's Henson." And he'll put a hand out to you.
I'll shake it.
He returns your handshake with a firm grasp, and smiles wide. Well, shall we get to it?
Exactly what are we getting to, if you don't mind my asking? We're unfamiliar with the area, or what's required of us.
You joshing with me, right, mate?
No, I'm Raeling with you.
You know why you're here. And he claps your shoulder and turns around. Follow me. And he'll start walking down, and it seemingly is an identical tunnel. And as he walks, he continues to drink from his stein and kind of hum to himself.
He's not humming that tune that we played earlier,
Yeah,
is he?
what's he humming?
It's a low, deep song that kind of reverberates off, but you get the sense that it's a pub song.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're just gonna follow.
doing like a. Bop,
If
Shake
we
it up
ever,
now. Ooh,
if we ever travel together again after this, I swear to God, whichever one of you motherfuckers takes us to a cave, I will cut your throat.
You continue forward, and you actually hear the dwarf in front of you chuckle and smile and say, wait till you see what we've got next. And almost as he says that, there's like a flash of daylight in front of you, and he steps in, and you enter into a large vaulted chamber. Let me go ahead and move you over there right now, and then fix my music. Bear with me while we do this. There we go. Let's see. Let me get to my bright part. There is ornate tiles, and it's huge. This room is massive. The ceilings ascend just 100 feet up. It's just huge. Everything in here just feels incredibly large and yet well made. There are massive windows that look out on snowy peaks of Cathedral Mountains, surrounded by silver clouds below, and a pristine landscape stretches out and an eagle swoops between the peaks. You look out on the horizon as you move past the windows, taking in everything as far as you can see. And I'll go ahead and show you. It is beautiful, breathtaking. Henson moves forward through the chamber, walking quietly, and will stand expectantly here. There's a couple of stairs that leads up onto a dais where, and as you move, you see trees that are like, they're bonsai trees, but they're full trees, massive trees that have been cared for. And on the other side, they're huge swords that lay in sheaths with vases. On the pedestal, there's a large desk with scrolls and papers. And there's also a board set up with pieces. It looks like there's a game happening, but he's not quite sure. You're not sure who's winning. It doesn't look familiar. There's also a massive painting of beautiful cherry blossom trees. It's beautiful. And as you look at it, you swear that you can like see the trees moving in the wind. And Henson will turn and look at you. Right. We're here. Can I get you anything?
What are we supposed to be doing here exactly?
Where's Denver?
Yeah, he'll be here in his own time. He was wrapping up a project.
It's important that we see him as soon as possible. My friends here are rather anxious.
Yeah, I know. Regular chosen stuff, always in a fuss, always in a hurry.
I can't move my arm very well. 'Cause it's mange.
He'll look at it and walk up to you and kind of gruffly grab your arm and kind of tilt it, flicking the crystal that will like ping softly. And go, hey, yes. That's bad. Proper fact.
Hurry.
He holds his hands up and he goes, I'm not the one to tell Denver his business, but I'm told to get you anything that you need. Wait, let me look. I thought there was supposed to be one more.
Nick's left.
Is Nick's a she?
I think so.
We didn't really ask pronouns, but it seemed that she was most comfortable with those.
Yeah. Right, well, I'm sure there's a reason for it. But if you don't need anything, what's your names anyways? It's hard to keep them straight, always shuffling in and out of here.
Well, I have something I need.
What's that?
Can you tell me where I can find a Zeus?
He cocks his head, and smiles. Yeah. And he gestures over to the painting.
She's gonna, like, run up to the painting and start looking at it. A Zeus? God, painting.
A moment
And then
passes.
she's gonna look back at Henson.
Who is taking a long swig from his stein and just kind of waving like it's fine. And you're turning, looking at him like, what? And you'll hear from behind you a voice that you haven't heard in a while. Hello, my dearest bird. It's about time. Oh, I've missed your face.
God,
And as you
painting, I
turn-
missed you.
A Zeus stands, arms outstretched, grinning, tears rolling down his face and disappearing into his beard. I knew you could do it, bird. I knew you could do it.
She will get up close to the painting, just kind of placing a hand on it. Are you okay? You went missing and I didn't know where you were.
Yes, my dear. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. You see, things got a little bit messy. You know, it's difficult to explain. And he'll kind of peek around to look at the rest of the party, smiling sheepishly at them. A lot has happened since you've been gone, and I've, come to my senses a bit. But there'll be time for all of that now. I'm just glad to see that you're all right.
I'm glad you're all right.
Yes.
Just gonna look at Elliot to see how he's reacting to this.
He seems not as unhappy as you might expect him to be dealing with Azuth again. Slightly
Okay.
slightly happy that we found Azuth, but definitely when the voice came through, he was like,
Yes, Elliot and Rael, and there's Bootstrap indeed. Oh gods. I mean, oh me. Look at that horrible mange that you have. Oh well.
That's something you can help with, Zeus?
I know.
You know how to fix it?
Yes.
Can you tell me how?
Well, yes, it seems that something like that would require, it's interesting, you know. The cultists, they're rather boring in their approach. It's a twisted case of lycanthropy, but a greater restoration spell might get them sorted.
I don't know that spell.
Oh, well, perhaps it is something you can learn along the way. Actually, though, wasn't there Henson, my man? And Henson will kind of look and go like, yeah, what's up? Wasn't there supposed to be another one? The wastes have still scrambled my brain a bit. I went and found his... Oh, no, not Nyx. The other. She was a very beautiful, soft-spoken, long hair, red, very red. You know, her mother is in a wheelchair.
What?
All the way back at
Linux?
Can I roll a history check?
You may roll a history check, please.
Thank
Are
you.
we talking about Maria?
Ah, yes! Yes, Maria! Yes. Yes. I believe, if memory serves. Who is it?
Charcuterie.
That's it. Right. Yes. Shantaea's
Thank you.
cleric, I believe.
Wow, I didn't know Maria. Did we know Maria wasn't chosen?
Nope.
Oh,
No.
well, shit.
Heck, thank you for the good table.
What's the name of the town we were at? Retford? Is that what?
Hard rest.
Hard Rest. Thank you. God, could not. I knew there was an R.
That's what my boo is.
Oh, is she?
Listen, I don't need to hear from you, Bootstraps.
Well, I'm very glad to have you all here now. So you know exactly what you need to do, right?
No.
We have no idea.
Trying to get somebody to kind of shoot us straight, and it's not really working.
Right. Oh, right. Oh, yes, well, and Henson will clear his throat and say, Dineville will be here in soon. He can help with the, the rules of it a bit. And Azuth goes, right, yeah.
Right, so we're only meant to know things when we're meant to. It's fucked up.
I have to agree.
But are you saying Maria is like us and that she knows how to heal them?
Yes, I believe that she should. My understanding of her studies, when I saw her. When did I see her last? Was it a few months ago? She seemed quite adequate. She was tending to her mother at the time. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, she should be here, and she should be able to assist with your condition, and perhaps even, Bird, teach you.
I would like that. So we're not allowed to know anything until Denver arrives.
Well, just, you see, Bird, it's been a while since we saw each other, but do you remember we talked a little bit about how the world works? There's a rationality to magic and existence and life itself. And above all, that reason, that ration needs to remain intact.
Zeus, I don't think there's rationality anymore to magic.
And Henson will kind of laugh into his stein as he watches as Zeus kind of just. Yes. Right. Well, please take a seat. I'm sure will be with us soon, and we can begin to have a conversation about what's going on.
No, I don't think we should wait.
What?
Azuth, you were gone a very long time, and her voice is gonna get a little hard for her. You were gone a very long time. And I found out some things that happened because I am here. And magic isn't rational, and it took her because of me. And things are broken, and my new friends are dying, and I can't fix it. And you're trying to follow rules, but those rules are stupid. And you should just tell us.
Oh, my darling bird.
It was a very long tunnel that we just went through. I'm a little tired.
Yes, I know. It's the nature of the trials. Patience, perseverance. I can't tell you how many Chosens just sit down and wait to be rescued. An ordeal a bit. Bird. And he will move to the edge of the painting and get down on one knee and lean forward and beckon her close to like come towards him. And he'll look her dead in the eye. Bird. I promise you. The moment I can, I will tell you everything that I am able. I will never, ever leave you again. Do you understand? You are my chosen. You are here for a
pinky
reason.
Swear?
He
She's
will.
gonna ask him to pinky swear, and she'll hold up her pinky.
Mhm. He will smile and go, I suppose it won't be too bad. And he will reach his hand out, and the edge of the painting will bend, and it'll look like the canvas is just kind of like bulging out. And then an old wrinkled hand will emerge from the canvas and hold out a pinky to you.
Okay, DM, I know we talked about this, but
Mhm.
she's casting gaze on him.
Mm-hmm. You
And she'll
feel.
take the pinky swear and pinky swear.
Mm-hmm. He wraps his finger around yours, and he feels you casting magic, and he grins. That is unnecessary. And you feel him like give way to the magic, choosing to fail his save, and holds the pinky. I promise, bird. Never again.
Okay.
And wouldn't you know, look what I found! And he'll reach into a robe as he's kneeling and pull out another stone of far speech. I knew I had another one.
She'll release the pinky swear and clap and hold it out for Bootstrap.
You gave the other one to Nyx.
Oh, no. You see, Linux has the other.
Linux.
I gave it to her. This one, bird, I will keep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were holding it out for them.
No, he'll take it like in his hand and he'll retreat back into the painting. And as that happens, there will be a resonant gong that will sound, and Henson will go, oh, right, there he is. Must be wrapping it up. And he'll move up towards the top of the dais where there's a large opening. And he will kind of tug at his thing and get ready. Chosen, you have ascended into the Seer's Sanctum, proving yourself through the trials. And as he does, there's kind of a loud, like, thudding sound. And he continues. Though you may have questions about what fight is and why you are here, I reassure you that all will become clear in time. May I present to you Lord Denver, founder of the Unseen, protector of the balance. And he will bow. And through that opening will emerge a massive man. His arms ripple in lightning as it dances around his arms. Let me go ahead and pull him over. Intricate designs running up and down his arms. He's brushing off his arms as he goes, kind of removing some soot. And his face is friendly. He has a very pointed beard. His armor is a series of scales, and his beard comes down and is braided into a long, it's thick as a rope. And I'll go ahead and show the picture to you. He looks at you and he smiles, and in a deep, resounding voice, "Ah, so they have come. The prophecy is nigh." Welcome, my friends. I know it has been a hard road.
Right, so you're gonna fix the mange, right?
He will look down at your arm and shake his head. No.
Oh, fuck
Maria
off.
has to fix it. Are you going to tell us the rules?
A sly smile will dart across his face, and he'll look at Zeus, who's like chewing on his fingers. He's like, I tried. I held off as long as I could. I knew that you would want to have the conversation and that I wasn't allowed. And Denver will shake his head and look. Yes, Bird. I will tell you as much as can be told about your purpose. And he will take a step forward and stand on the center of the dais and look at each of you in turn, nodding. Elliot, Bird, Bootstrap, Ryo. What do you know of the making of the world?
Oh, that's a big question.
It was made. Now we're here.
Gonna have to go with Bootstrap on that one.
He will look at Elliot and just kind of raise a brow.
No idea.
Well, all right. And he will actually just sit on the dais and pat his hand to encouraging you to sit as well.
Elliot will continue his lean.
I'm a sit.
No, I'm not sitting. I'm not in grade school.
He'll shrug and say, suit yourself, turning to Henson and nodding. Henson will cross the room, headed towards the exit, and will disappear. Azuth will sit in his painting, crossing his legs and smiling expectantly, excited about the story to come. Denver will look at each of you in turn. Long have I walked in quiet solitude, with the forests and streams, seeking grace with every step. The future of order depends on our ability to see the path away from chaos. And he will begin to hum, deep in his chest, a low baritone. And it's a song you recognize, the song from the bridge. And as he hums, the light around you will dim, as if the sun kind of goes away, and he will hold out his hands, and light will just kind of faintly glow from his palms as if he's gathering electricity. And he'll look up, and as you do, there's a swirling of light above him. In the beginning, there was chaos. From it came life. Hopes, dreams, ambitions. They swirled and stormed and writhed, seeking identity. No one knows who came first. But over time, they came. The gods, emerging from chaos, each part of them, each piece of them, resonating in space and time. Over time, they began to dream, to want for something greater. And as he's speaking, the light swirling above will break out, kind of depicting the scenes that he describes. In the beginning, there was song. Mistress sang and gave order to chaos, bringing into existence the weave. Each god binding itself, each god agreeing, some more hesitantly than others, to create, to join the song of creation. From the weave sprang you, me, everything around us, the world itself, defined and shaped as magic moves and pulses through this world. But not everyone wished this to be. You see, chaos is a complicated thing. And above you, the light will swirl and change, and it will form bright gold threads. Bird, you'll recognize this as you've caught glimpses before, and it looks very similar to what you've seen. Long golden threads that span through space and time. He'll swirl his hands and push out, and there will be like a pulse through the chamber, and all of you will be able to see thin lines, the weave, for just a moment, as like an actual physical, tangible thing that you could reach out and touch. I've lived for a long time. My purpose in this world is to maintain the balance between chaos and order. I keep existence alive. I founded the Unseen, a group of brave warriors, scholars, poets, farmers, sailors, merchants, those who love creation, love this world, to protect it, to remain set. You see, every song has a rhythm, every song a beat. And unfortunately for us, our world's rhythm is out of time. Each of you is chosen, one of the 13 who've bonded themselves together against chaos. You are chosen to heal the weave, to save the world.
What does that mean exactly? I'd imagine there's a cost to doing something so extraordinary. So, what does that mean exactly?
A valuable deduction you've made, Rael. And he'll swirl his hands, and in front of you, there will be 13 pillars of light that will shine. As I mentioned, this is a rhythm, a cycle, one that the gods and chaos are forever bound to. To everything there is a season, an ebb and a flow. Sometimes order needs to be checked, infringing too much on the vibrancy of life. Other times, like now, chaos needs to be restrained before it rips the world asunder. He'll wave his hand, and the 13 lights in front of you will take shape. Some of them look familiar. Rhiannon, Staley, a tiefling woman, elderly and hunched, who looks very much like Nyx. Another tiefling, holding a dark staff in its hand. There's a gnome, a halfling, a myriad of races. These were the last cycles chosen. They were sent into battle to face down chaos itself. They moved out of my sight. And they failed. And slowly the lights and the figures will dim, each snuffing out one by one, until only 2 remain. Staley and Stockton. We don't know what happened, but the rhythm is now off.
Well, one's a puppet.
Well, he's a dragon now.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten. And he'll wave his hand, and Stockton's form will shiver and change into a dragon that kind of curls around Denver. Yes, Valdry.
Was he always like that?
No. I'm afraid something horrible has befallen my friend. He does not remember who he is, and he is far from my sight.
Well, about that.
Is
If
that what they're... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
uh oh my god, I just got Denver. Haha. He's
Just
I'm very slow. Leave me alone. Rael's the smart one. No
we're
worries.
going to a mountain.
Yeah. So Rael's gonna go, if I may, and cast Detect Thoughts on Denver. And instead of reading Denver's thoughts, he's going to project his own and show him what he saw in the dragon.
Can that spell do that?
I believe you can trade information, can't you?
I don't know.
Let me double check. This is the problem with being a GM, because you let people do stuff with spells in your games, and then you go to somebody else's game like, it can do that, right?
Like I'm not.
Listen, force movement, opportunity attack, and I cry.
No, I can go directly into his thoughts, but I don't think I
Gotcha.
can put anything there. Never mind.
Gotcha.
You could. There is a way to get your idea into his head. Use your throat muscles.
It's hard to explain. But he is going to explain it.
Okay.
Just imagine Rael says better words than I have.
Okay. Denver listens, and he smiles. He's still in there, then, shrouded in darkness. This is good. This is good. It means that we're maybe not as far behind as I had feared.
So, you keep saying that our predecessors failed, which obviously means that they got killed. The solution is to send more people to go and get killed? Is that what this is? Or have we learned anything that'll help us avoid that fate?
Death is not losing, Rayo. And yes, while there is a cost to maintaining the balance, it is not always death. It is not always destruction. A new cycle has begun. New chosen have, well, been chosen.
Just saying it's a lot. I mean, what about the lives we wanted, you know? Just seems like a lot. We're gonna do it. It's a lot.
I understand. You must know, Rayo, we will not make you do anything.
But this is obviously something you can't turn away from.
He leans
So-
down. Why do you think we chose you? And winks.
Ah. Look, we're gonna do what we have to do. But can someone here please fix my friends?
There will be someone soon. I have seen her. Even now, she passes her own trials. Patience. Your friends will be all right. And he'll turn and look at Bootstrap and Elliot. It spoke to you, didn't it?
What, snarl?
That is what some call it. Sometimes when minds reach out into the abyss, their minds try to make sense in the simplest ways. Snarl is one name that it has.
Right. Yeah, try to get not in my head. All dreams talk about freeing it.
It is offering you a choice. One that you are free to consider. Your life is your own. Though we have chosen you as our champions, only you can take the step forward. Only you can make the conscious choice to preserve peace.
Make someone walk an awfully long way for you to tell them they could go back.
Bootstrap. If
Lightning face.
you choose to move forward, I must help you however I can. And making sure that you're ready, willing to take a step into the unknown. That is one of the best ways that I can prepare you for what is to come. You see, there is a prophecy, and he'll wave his hands. And again, he'll say, 13 chosen, kneel on lines of the land. Metal steeled against the rising red sun. Each touched by creation, with glass in hand, Mistra's song unspoken, balance undone. A splintering snarl and fracturing crack, the gleaming dragon lost beside helm shield. 2 noble souls sink into darkest black, left unseen forgotten, new fates revealed. 13 chosen stand on lines of power, the wish, the vengeful, the just, the harrowed. The bard heard atop a Zeus' last tower, magic remade, wasted lands now hallowed. Should the weave unravel and chaos reign, heed these modest words of the bard's refrain. Surely I do not have to tell you who you are.
Bird's gonna look over at Rael and just say, "What does harrowed mean?"
It means like bothered, stressed out, but in a more epic kind of way, just like being taunted by negative forces.
She's gonna nod like, "Oh, okay."
Elliot, have you not told them?
You say prophecy as if it was all preordained to get us here, that we were chosen to come to this moment to make a choice. Is that right?
Choices were set before you.
Those choices led the 4 or 5 of us down a path that got here.
Yes.
So it's your fault.
No, Elliot. It's no one's fault. It certainly isn't yours.
No, I haven't told them. And I'm sure they have more questions for you.
Told us what?
Told us why he's the herald.
Oh,
Are you stressed, Elliot?
Yes, Bird.
Do you want to talk about it?
That time's passed.
Should you talk about it?
Apparently it doesn't matter. It wasn't my fault.
I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
Well, nothing that we've gone through makes a lot of sense. Bird, none of it. We've been on a roller coaster, a minecart, on a track that we are not controlling. I, for one, am tired of being fucked with. And have answers kept from me and just told to keep going without any semblance of a why, until now in a mysterious room at the top of a mysterious cave at the top of a mysterious mountain, when a very large creature just comes down and suddenly has all the answers.
You are mistaken, Elliot. I do not have all of the answers. I merely serve the balance.
Well, you had answers to questions that Bird had, and answers to questions that Rael had, and Azuth, right over there, had the same answers, but wouldn't tell them to us. How long ago? Like I
Uh,
said, tired of being fucked with.
Denver will look over at Azuth, who will shrug sadly, and Azuth will talk. Elliot, yes, about that. You see, as Denver mentioned, when the weave was sang into existence, there was an agreement that was made to protect order, to protect balance. If I were to have given you those answers then, when you asked, and that inn on the other side of Norfordia, you would have died, Elliot. The balance would have tipped too far.
Maybe I should have.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Well, then I would have.
So would I.
I'd have been fine, but you know.
I mean, just tell us what we need to do.
Denver will nod, and he will wave his hand, and the figures, the golden figures that were standing there, will disappear. 13 pillars of light will form in front of him. You are some of the chosen. And he will wave his hand, and 4 of the pillars of light will turn into you. Since you are here, you know your path, and you know your guide. And behind each of you will form different pillars of light that will take shape. Tyr, Torm, Helm, and Azuth. Down the line will be others. There are others, which you know. Can you name them?
This is a test.
Yes, Bootstrap.
Fuck
To
off.
prepare you for what is to come.
He is the chosen of Lathander.
As you say that, one of the figurines or lights will take shape into D, Lathander standing behind her.
Linux is the one with the brainy bits. Ugma.
As you say that, one of the pillars of light will turn into Linux, smirking, and behind Ogma.
Staley is the chosen of Torm?
He was.
No, Rael, that's me.
No,
was
he was
the chosen of Helm. And he'll look
Of
at
Helm.
Bootstrap. But you see, you might say he was born again.
Next is the chosen of Sullivan.
Sylvanas. Colin
Yeah.
is the chosen of Ilmater. And Saris is the chosen of Mistra. Are we done with our test?
They
Now,
ping
Maria's
into
the chosen of
place.
charcuterie.
He'll smile, but sure enough, Maria will appear in front of Shantea. Elliot, you will notice you said Colin was the chosen of Ilmater. None of the lights change.
Gonna turn Colin into a dragon.
Okay, don't come to
My dear Zeus, that is not how anything works. I'm afraid. You see, Colin he has been removed from the weave.
Oh,
So put him back.
doesn't work that way, Bootstraps.
You're literally gods. Fix it.
But if you haven't noticed yet, we are the gods' game pieces, and this is just some game of chess that they're playing amongst each other, right? Another pawn taken from the board.
I resent the metaphor, as it does not articulate the depth of feeling. But yes, it is not a game. With each piece lost, our chances become abysmal. This cycle, the rhythm, it is heavily in chaos's favor.
Sorry, it just seems like an apt analogy because why would you tell a pawn your plans? Nobody tells us anything. We just are moved.
It was out of, necessity. You see, you went someplace you weren't meant to go. And in order to protect you, we had to play our hand a bit. This is not a game of chess. This is a battle for existence itself. And Denver wordlessly will wave his hand, and the gods that are shimmering behind you, previously proud in stance, and just in golden light, the light will fade, and you will see them standing as if they were standing there in front of you, really. They are haggard, scarred, bloody, bruised. The image you have of each of them, they are exhausted. You see, at any given time, there is a number of cataclysmic events happening. This is just one of them. There were several pieces moving at once, and in order to save them, we had to reveal our chosen. Normally, we don't. Because if we reveal them, they can be found, hunted. But where you went, you would have died. So we did what we must. We parried. To save you.
I have a few more questions.
You may ask, Bird.
I think the biggest, but also the one I need you to be most direct about, is how do we help?
That is an excellent question, Bird, and one that I am happy to answer. You must find the other chosen. You must assemble them, bring them together. And you must repair the weave before the agents of chaos can rip it asunder.
How do we do those things?
Well, for starters, he looks at you, Elliot. Torm pushed the line a bit back in Redford. Jumped the gun. But what he told you there is still true now. Do you remember?
I have to find someone.
Mistra's minstrel.
Yeah.
The one who will sing the weave into existence.
Fantastic.
I have good news. I know where he is. The harder challenge. You must free Savras's seer. And as he says that, one of the lights will shimmer, and you will see Valdry standing in front of the god Savras.
How do we free him?
Denver will hold a hand up to Zeus. We don't know. Again, I'm afraid we don't have all of the answers. There are those here that might be able to help, have some ideas.
Here? And she'll look around at the gods, the other pieces.
He'll gesture back behind you at the end of the hall, where the dwarf who escorted you leans on the wall with his shoulders, and he'll raise a stein. The makers, they might have a road back.
The fuck's a maker?
Right, it's me. I'm a maker.
So, what you make things?
Yeah. It's in the name, isn't
Right.
it?
Yeah, well, so do I. Over a toilet. What the fuck is making you so special?
I use the wave to bring into existence items of great power. Me and my kin. We practice rituals and bind ourselves to the wave. You've met a few of us.
Right, fucking where then?
He'll nod towards Valdry at the end. He's one.
It's not really a good fucking example then, is it?
Nah. Not right now, maybe. In his prime. You said you was in hard rest, right? Somebody make something there for you.
The blacksmith made my arrows.
He's a cranky bastard, isn't he?
Yeah, but pretty sturdy arrows. I was going to
So-
open up a detective agency next to his shop.
Aye. Sounds quite right. should be able to help you with it once this is all over.
So we have to save Stockton. To find the minstrel. To save the world.
Yes, Bird, that about sums it up. You must assemble the 13.
And get all of them together. But
Yes.
what do we do about the fact that we only have 12? And she'll point to where Colin's empty spot is.
So just to recap, let me go ahead and run through this for you. Because this can help a bit. And I'm going to turn some music back on because I feel like we're past some of the stuff. I'm going to choose this one. Let's see. Let me slide over here. All right. You'll hear Henson kind of at the end of the hall kind of sigh and kind of move up and stand in front of the 13 and be like, right, yeah? So if I'm listening right, I think I am. You've got Zeus's bird, right? That's fair. Seems about right. Seems he likes her rather a lot. We've got Mistra. She needs to sing in the wave. And he'll nervously look at Denver and Azuth. They can't say it because they're bound, but I can. It's Frank Saris. And the light will shift into the form of a half-elf man. Taya, that's you, Royal, right? Tom is Elliot. Sylvanus, Nyx. Savras is Valdry. Savras never could give up a good thing when he found it. Lathander is Dee. Kelemvor, you don't happen to know he's chosen, do you?
Can't say I do.
Shantae is Maria. She should be here any minute. Malil.
I have a question about how this works, if I may.
Yeah.
If you speak the name of a chosen, even if you don't know that they're a chosen, this thing will react, right?
Denver will smile and say, I'm not really a thing, but yes.
And he's gonna, like, it's half out of fear and half to, like, just make sure. He's gonna whisper Lunette.
Nothing happened.
Oh, thank God.
Fucking really?
Look, man!
Just because she's got a nice face doesn't mean you can go around, oh, well, she must be chosen by... Fuck off.
No, I don't want. Did you know half of the people that we met were gonna end up being chosen? We've been bumping into things, and I just was worried, and now I don't have to worry, and everything can go back to normal once I get done doing all this chosen stuff. Okay.
Yeah, once you stop hitting on other people.
DM, do you have this written down anywhere? Because I tried to write as you were saying it, and I wrote way too slow.
I have it written down.
I do, and I can share it with you post-session.
Thank God, because you started, and I was like, huh, and then you were already like 5 ahead. It's like,
Billy.
I didn't hit on anybody else. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, so we don't know that one. It's unfortunate. Helm is a cranky bastard here.
Fuck off.
Ilmata is... Well, it's not good news there. Ogma? You said, what was the name of it? I missed it.
Linux.
Ah, Linux, yes. And that leaves Tempest.
I don't... What the fuck's a Tempest?
It's a god, mate. Keep up.
Right, well, of what?
What do you mean of what?
What's
You
your
don't know what
fucking-
Tempest is? Have you not been paying attention?
It's a store.
He's a god of war. Battle of warriors.
Why didn't I fucking get him?
See, his hound called dibs.
Looks like you're more of a guardian than a
I
warrior.
will hurt you.
I will decide on the exact wording later for my threat, but now I am threatening you now.
While they're arguing, Bird is gonna walk up so Rael can go back and make his detective agency after all this. But I have a question about what happens after all this for me.
Yes?
Can I trade back? For her?
Bird, I know that this might be difficult to understand, difficult to hear. No, you cannot. She is.
You made a mistake. She was the special one.
She was. In her own way, she was chosen. Because without her, we wouldn't have you.
She's just gonna kind of nod and step back.
Zeus will kind of wince as you do. Like, you can tell that he wishes he could, like, comfort you. Bird.
Yes?
I need you to understand one thing. Though she is not where you can see, though she is not where you can feel or hear, she is here. And he will wave his hand, and the weave will take shape around you in the strings. Always, she is here. For she was life itself.
She's not here, though.
No. She's in another place. And she is waiting. And one day,
I will follow.
as all must.
Bird's gonna step back and just let the rest of the team ask questions if they have them.
Rael's just gonna give Bird a hug.
She'll just cry as he hugs her.
You can read my thoughts, right? You can read any of our thoughts if you want to, if we let you.
Now, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to big boy in the front of the room.
Called Ark and
Denver.
Denver.
Stormy. If you allow it, yes.
Go ahead. It's a yes or a no.
Yes, that is your choice.
Sorry, as someone who had their fucking life plastered on a wall, why do you get to keep fucking secrets?
I will fulfill whatever choice was made for me in my life. Because I have to believe, as you said with Bird, that there was a purpose to her death. But I swear to you that when this is over, I will find a way.
Denver will nod. I understand. More than maybe you could realize.
And I swear on every god in this place right now, if you put her in this fucking room like you did her whatever, I will throw myself out the window. Don't you fucking materialize a goddamn thing out of the weave.
I wouldn't, Elliot. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here
Try
to help.
harder to not. You should try a little harder.
Denver will put out a massive hand to you. Might I suggest, oh harrowed one, that you stop running and that you sit with us for a while.
If that's what I need to do to get this done.
He will smile sadly.
I asked the only question I have.
My question is this. All that's required to fix the weave is that Mistress sings it back into its form, correct? This won't require any sort of sacrifice, anything of that nature. If it does, just tell us now.
There is always a sacrifice, Rael. I cannot tell you what it will be, because I do not know. What I can tell you is that power has been stripped ripped away methodically, strategically from the land. That power must be returned. Where that comes from, how that works, that is for the chosen to decide.
He's gonna take that artifact that we found from Zeus' temple.
Mm-hmm.
We can't even figure out how to restore this.
I brought this one of ours. And Henson will move over and look at it. Yes, right, proper buggered. This is and he'll look at Denver. Do you mind? Can I just say it? Because I get that you're all bound, but I'm not, so it's fine. And he'll turn and look at you. This is a stabilizer, strategically placed along points of the weave to maintain the flow of magic. This one, by the looks of it, and he'll move it around the box. He was stored in Zeus' temple, right? Yeah, is that right? Is that right, Zeuthi? And Zeus will grin and nod. Yeah, right. When it was smashed or broken, as it was, destabilized the ley line, ripped it. We could fix this. It could be put back into place. It wouldn't hold for very long, though.
What's the benefit of doing so, even if it doesn't last?
Could buy more time.
Well, it sounded like time is something we don't have much of, so can I ask that it be done?
Right, yeah. I'm sure we could fix it, but I think it might be it's worth a shot. And he'll take it and kind of tuck it under his shoulder.
Alright, I think we just need time to talk amongst ourselves. Unless anybody else had anything they wanted to say to Jennifer.
All my questions. Turk,
that-
I think you're muted. No?
Denver will wave his hand, and the figures will vanish in front of him. Well, all right. You will rest here tonight. This is hallowed ground. I believe we will have our guests joining us here shortly. And then I will be able to offer you, and he smiles widely, the last 2 bits of help that I can. If you think of other questions, I'm here. You need only ask. If I cannot tell you, understand it's to serve the larger purpose.
Bootstrap's probably gonna put up. Why'd they do it then?
Do what?
You know what I'm talking about.
I really don't, Bootstrap.
Why did my friend stab me in the back? Leave me for dead? Why did you bring me back? If you're not even gonna let me kill him.
I know that it can be difficult for all of you. You've all lost so much. And I know that as I sit here before you, the temptation to assign those choices to me or to the gods themselves is tempting. But understand that there were only choices laid out in front of each life. Choices that they could make, that they chose. Not because they were meant to, but because they did. Your friends, you see him swallow hard as he is trying to kind of skirt around something. And kind of, you can see that he wants to answer directly, but can't.
Seeing that, he's not even gonna let him finish. Fine. Fucking keep your fucking secret so if you fucking need you. Figure it out myself. Always did in the past.
That's the spirit, William.
My name is Bootstrap. Fucking easy, isn't it? Living in this big tower, telling people where to go. Fuck off. Show me where I can get some fucking food and drink.
Bootstrap. As you kind of step away, Denver will flick his hand in front of you, and the hall behind you will fill with pillars of golden light. Just countless tiny little dots, not in any shape, lining the floor. And as you step through them, Denver will say, I know loss. I know pain. I know suffering. This is not easy, Bootstrap. It never has been. And each of those lights will kind of wink out as you proceed out the back.
He's not intending on stopping, so.
Rael's gonna try and be the last one out.
Denver will stand and nod to Henson. Will you please make arrangement? And Henson will nod, and he will move to the exit, kind of following behind you. As you each walk out of the room, Elliot, followed by Bird, Rael, it is you left standing before Denver, who looks at you calmly.
He's just gonna say, never really had a family before. And I'm thinking that I got one now. So, don't get them killed, please. I can only do so much, you know?
Denver will nod and rise up on his feet, just looming enormous above you. I know, Rael. And I'm doing everything that I can. I swear to you.
I get it. It's just nobody likes to find out that they're a piece on the board. But I get it.
Denver nods.
then he's just gonna start to walk back towards his friends.
Great. Denver will turn and look at Zeus and nod, and Zeus will smile sadly and shrug. And Denver will kind of step out of the chamber the way that he went. As you guys go out, assumingly back into the tunnels, they will shift and change around you. All of a sudden, you are in a, for lack of a better term, cathedral. Walking around halls similar to the one where you met with Denver, looming above. Henson will kind of catch up to you and say, yeah, right here, you got your room. Got your room here. You can stay there till, what was the name? I forgot. Remember? Yeah, yes. Until she can get here. And then we'll pop you off where you need to go. But in the meantime, it's probably best if we take a little nip, a little sleep-a-row.
Can you put us when we need to be?
Well, I mean, I can't, but maybe they can. Listen, mate, I gotta be honest with you. I'm not a fan of the rules either. But without them, I couldn't make. So I guess I wouldn't be, really. That's one way to think about it.
It's the way I am thinking about it. Because of the rules, I am where I am doing what I am. And I'm happy that you found your calling.
Seems like you did too, mate. He'll kind of clap you on your shoulder.
That I did.
And he shows you into a room where there are beds for you to stay in. Right, yeah. I'll just be off unless there's something else you needed, perhaps.
Bert's just gonna kind of curl up on the floor and try and go to sleep.
Does she know there's a bed there? But hey, it's fine.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
Yes, right, it's fine. Fuck you too, mate. And he'll just turn around and leave. Leaving the four of you alone.
Bert is just curled up on the floor, like close to the wall, facing it. Just like cloak pulled around her, and she's just gonna try and depression nap this out.
But
Bootstrap's gonna wait until he feels Bert is asleep and then actually pick her up and carry her to a bed under one arm. And then he'll go to his own room and just lay down on it. Let Jocelyn sleep on his chest and just like play with her with a finger as he absentmindedly thinks.
Ryle's gonna try and find Elliot.
At least if it is a cathedral type situation, then there's some sort of bench, whatever, near a central area. He's just sitting there.
Ryle's just gonna sit next to him, not really say anything for a while, and then just kind of go, I don't think I ever told anybody, but did you know that my family sold me to a thieves guild?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. They pay a lot for changeling kids.
I can imagine. Somewhat of a commodity in that field. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but
no, it's we're a bit of we're naturals, obviously.
yeah.
except my hands shake, so it took me a while to get good at the whole coin purse cutting thing.
I don't know, man. I've seen you shoot a bow. You're pretty steady with those hands now.
Oh well. The guild made sure that I corrected my hand shaking.
Yeah.
That's all to say that I'm thinking we've all seen our own form of ugly. Any one of us honestly could be the hero, you know? So
Yeah.
if you're ever looking to talk about it, is all I'm saying. It's I'm with you.
I killed her, Rael. Because of what I am and what I can do, she died.
See, that's if you want my perspective on it, you being what you are isn't. You can't kill somebody by being what you are, man.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I certainly hope I am. Because if you could kill somebody by being what you are, then me being what I am means that well, you've seen the others that are like me.
Yeah. I just I can't let go of the fact that whatever this thing is that's inside me is the reason I'm here. It's the thing that got me to this moment, which means it was part of the plan. And to sit in a room and be told that we've just been moved back and forth at the whim of whatever stupid shit this is.
I feel you. I've been thinking about it. Were my parents right to sell me? Because them selling me is what started this, and was it right for me to murder someone because it led me here? It doesn't go down right. It doesn't.
Yeah.
He's gonna take out a flask that he got from the last time they went to that really fancy place with the upper tier.
Yep.
And he's just gonna pop it open. The way I'm getting through all of it is I'm saying, fuck it. I really want that detective agency. And he passes you the flask.
Elliot legitimately laughs and takes it and takes a big pull off of it. Yeah, I may have I may have wrote a personal voucher for bill I can't pay.
Well, wait. I mean, what's even the charge of saving the weave? You know, after this, we might be rich.
Yeah.
He's gonna pat Elliot on the shoulder. I'm letting people like Denver think big. Pretty girl, detective agency. That's just in my scope. Then it's just gonna start to hit the bed.
Hey, Rael.
Yeah?
Thanks. And don't think I didn't pick up what you dropped there. And if you ever need to talk,
That's exactly why I came here. You helped. Thanks. Don't worry about finishing that. I got another.
Elliot will spend a good hour, hour and a half, 2 hours just in his thoughts, and then sigh and get up and make his way to bed.
All right. You all turn in at different times, falling asleep. The weight of the world in your mind. I need everyone but Bird to please take off their headphones.
Don't you do this to Bird.
Bird. You all right?
I'm scared.
Tell me what Bird dreams of.
She dreams. God, you, Sarah. She dreams of a little girl, dressed in fake armor and a fake sword and a fake bow and arrow and a little thing that you put the arrows in. Quiver.
Mhm.
Thank you. Out in a forest with a stream running through it.
It's perfect. Just as you remembered. You turn and you look, and sitting under the tree is a Zeus, who smiles and waves shyly.
She will look at him and then look back at the girl and then look at him and nod and keep playing with the girl, and shake her head and keep playing with the girl.
Mm-hmm. And you do. And he just watches and smiles. Sitting with you in your best memory. And every time you look back, he continues to nod and encourage you to stay there as long as you want.
She will. I'm not going to sing it, but she will sing a song with the girl as they kind of chase each other through the forest. And it's a song that they both sing at each other, and they almost like laugh, yell it back at each other in sing-song voices.
Mm-hmm. As you run through this beautiful scene with the person who you know inside and out, the one who loves you more than anything and who you love in return, you look back and Azuz is standing, brushing off his robes, and he holds out a hand.
She'll look at him and start crying and shake her head and look at the girl.
The girl will look at you and almost for the first time see Zeus. She was just completely caught up in the game, and she'll kind of stop and look at you. Bird, it's time to go.
No, I'll stay here with you. I don't want you to be alone.
I won't be. You've already made sure of it. And she'll turn, and on the edge of the woods, two figures will shimmer. And you recognize them as Luna and Tabitha, Dee's family.
Oh, fuck.
Bird, you have to go.
I'm glad
I
they
made you
heard
to
me.
save the world, Bird. That was my wish.
Okay.
She will look at the ground and look at Azuth, and then look at you and pull you in for a fierce hug, squeezing you so tightly that she never wants to let you go. But she does, and as she holds you out, she looks at you very sternly. Do it.
I will.
I'll save a spot for you.
I'll be there soon.
Good. And she will turn and run towards the two figures at the tree line. Tabitha will grin and kind of stand behind Luna, and Luna will put out a hand to accept her. Luna will wave at you with her free hand and call out, "Tell her I love her."
I
And
will.
And she'll step back into the tree line.
Bird will look around one last time at the forest and then turn to take Azu's hand.
Before you can take his hand, he'll hold it out, and as you reach to grab it, he will just drop to his knees and pull you in and hold you tightly. As tight, and actually pick you up in his arms and just hold you. My darling bird. My brave bird. The world does not deserve you. But I am so glad that you exist. It is going to be all right. Because we will make it so. You understand?
We'll make it so.
That's my girl. And he will carry you out of the dream. You awake. Well rested.
Unfortunate.
A water genasi and the world screams. You wake up. You get out of bed. Henson walks through the halls and kind of summons you, lightly tapping on the doors. Are you right? They've arrived. Rather, they're cleaning up now. If you want to head on in to the room, just you'll find the way. It's kind of how this place works. If you meet in there, you'll have some familiar faces with you soon.
Okay. Elliot goes in.
Great.
Bootstrap will head in.
I'll follow behind.
Important designation. Elliot seems like, all right, fine, let's get back into it. Like he's not in any sort of emotional state like he was the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Bird seems a little more determined as well.
You enter the room, and Denver stands at a desk, kind of writing out on a sheaf of paper. Zeus is in his painting. He has a small book in his hand that he's flipping through the pages, and they both look up and nod as you arrive. Any other questions that you had in the night?
Yeah, any chance fixing the weave pays?
I would expect nothing less from an entrepreneur such as yourself. We shall see.
You know, figured it didn't hurt to ask.
My father always told me that if you empty something of someone else's, you should return it filled. So where can I fill this flask to give it back to Rael?
I got you, mate. And Henson will approach with a stein that seemingly is affixed to his hand permanently. Hey, what's your poison?
I actually don't remember what Rael put into that thing before.
Oh, that was some pretty powerful whiskey.
Whiskey.
He'll nod and tap the side of his mug, and you'll watch the golden light in the mug kind of glow and shimmer, and then he will pour, and you can smell whiskey into the flask.
Ooh.
Right, just hold it there. Yeah. Oh, got a little bit. Sorry about that. Here's a rig, and he will help refill the flask. As that's happening, you'll hear the sound of footsteps behind you, and two figures will walk into the room. A young woman with long red hair and bright green eyes, escorted by a dwarf, bald with neat braids running around the back of his head and through his beard. And when the young woman sees you, her face lights up, and she will sprint forward. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. And she will reach out and grab Bird's hands. And the second she does, Bird, you feel that resonance. It is Maria in the flesh.
Maria, we were told that you can heal.
Yes. Do you require healing? You look all right. And then her eyes will move to Elliot and Bootstrap, where you've got those crystal casings on your arms, and her brows will knit together. And oh my word, yes, I can help. And she will move over to Elliot and take his hands in hers without asking, just really grabbing your hands and holding them and muttering.
Bird is locked on, watching and listening.
Yep, she will mutter a prayer, and there will be a warm golden light that pools out from her hands and enters into you, and you feel warmth, you feel love, you feel peace. And as she does, and as the spell is cast, the crystals on your arms slowly begin to fall away. hitting the ground and shattering as they do. She'll look up and kind of watch you for a moment. Do you feel all right?
Important question, DM. So I heard her pray, or was it completely under her breath?
You heard her pray.
Which god did she pray to?
Shantea.
I feel great.
She will then move to Bootstrap and again reach out to take your hands and begin to pray, asking for Shantea's help and removing this curse.
My one head is occupied, so she can get the free arm that's not encased in glass.
And the same thing. You feel peace. You feel love. You feel warmth. And as that feeling spreads through you, the glass crystals will fall from your arms and shatter on the ground. Let me actually pull her up, because I know it's been a minute since we've seen our homie. There she is. Ignore the flavor text, as it's not pertinent in this moment. Maria Arista will step back and grin, beaming at you all. And at her side, a very blunt Orson will stand next to her. It seems you have gotten yourselves into quite a bit of trouble. I am assuming your weapons have withstood the tests.
I'm down a couple arrows.
That happens.
But check out this new bow I got. He passes a wind song.
Orson will run his hands along the bow. This is one of Milt's.
Elliot will hand him the dagger with the eye on it.
Impressive. A dagger of the unseen. And he will take it and hold it up, moving his glasses on his nose. I believe... Well, no, time out. And he'll kind of rub on the side, and, like, he'll actually, like, taste the metal, and I'm not sure who this belongs to. Henson. Yeah, what? Who made this? And Henson will come and look at it, kind of running his eyes over it. It looks like, I'm really bad with names, Orson. You know this about me. Becca. That's Becca's.
Becca's creepy.
Pardon?
Becca's creepy.
I mean, she's a bit forward sometimes, but
No,
it's all right.
the eye winks. It's creepy.
Oh, right, yeah. She always did think it was a bit funny, taking the piss out of anyone who would take it. Orson will hand the dagger back to you. You're fortunate to have so many of our gifts. So many of our dreams.
Thanks.
Well, and Orson will look around. So, Denver, where are we headed? And Denver will lay down his quill and move forward. We'll be sending you to find the minstrel. And Orson will... I'm sorry, what? No, Denver, no, I told you. Any of them but him. Nope. And Denver will hold his hands out. It is what it is, Orson. Nope. Fuck Frank. Absolutely not. And Maria will kind of blush at Orson's, like, language and his aggressiveness. And Henson will shrug. Oh, I think he's rather great.
Never met the man.
You will, and he's a rather polarizing figure. He's a bastard, and he's an idiot, Denver. He's selfish and self-absorbed. Can I, Denver?
You dated, didn't you?
He'll look at you, and shake his head. No, absolutely not. He's just... Well, I guess you'll see. Zeus from his painting will call out, and don't forget, you'll need to help Valdry.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten the dragon.
Yes, we'll need to... That's very important. He is one of the chosen. And if we cannot restore him, well, we're in for a bad time.
Do we help Valdry first?
Denver will, turn to you. If the right choices are made, you will be able to help them both at the same time.
What choices?
He will shrug and look at you. I cannot say, Bird. I must protect the balance. But know that you are chosen for a reason.
No, but this is what you do. This hand motion.
You know, I don't often
I don't
agree
know
with
what that means.
I don't agree with his crudeness most of the time, but this one does get one of these. But you should never do that, Bird.
Orison will be having kind of a low, hushed conversation with Henson to the side. And they'll be both of them talking seriously. So we found him. I don't understand what we do to help. Right, me neither. Unless you can help him remember who he is. And Orison will scowl. If I had time, perhaps. Do you still have that thing he made? The thing he made for you? And Henson will... Yeah, of course I do. It's my favorite fucking things. And he'll reach into his pocket and pull out a small cube in his hands and kind of twirl it. But it won't work for him. It's mine. And he'll tuck it back into his pocket. Rael, you notice all of this because your perception is off the fucking roof.
What did I see him? What did I see him?
You saw him pull out a small cube from his pocket.
What is that exactly? What does that do? Just gonna be nosy.
Yeah, he pulls it out. This is, to be honest, it's a bit of a fuck you. And he holds it up. And it is very familiar. It looks like something that you have in your possession.
Oh, fuck you! Hey, I'm gonna pull out the cube and slam it on the table and go solve this shit.
Solve it? Mate, I fucking made it. And he will reach out and touch the sides. like almost instantly, in 3 movements, the cube will unfold and there will be the runes, and he'll smile. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm gonna show him like how far I got. Like I did this and that, and then
Right.
just fucking open it.
Well, it's not. I mean, this is open, but this message isn't for you. It's for him. And he'll fold it back up, and hold it in his hand. But I think this might do the trick. Aye, what you think, Orson? Orson will nod and move his glasses. Yeah, I if that doesn't...
You mean to tell me there's no prize inside?
Not for you, but for Valdry, there will be. But listen, mate, I'm going to need you to pay close attention, because I'll show you how this is actually meant to work. And he'll put it forward, and through a series of motions, flipping the different sides of the puzzle cube, he'll twist them. It takes about 6 seconds for him to do so. And then he'll hold it up and say, Aspen Glow. And as he does, the box will kind of... different little moving parts of the box will pop out, and it will play a song. It's a music box. The song is haunting and beautiful, and as he holds it in his hand, he kind of smiles. The different pieces will rotate and move, slowly lifting up, and you'll see a variety of different little shapes as the cube kind of twists and turns, making different images of dragons and dwarves and different... A lot of it doesn't make sense to you, but clearly as the 2 dwarfs stand there looking at it, they both get a little misty-eyed, as if remembering times gone by. And the song will end, and he will offer it out. Did you get that?
Yeah,
Aspen Glow, right?
Aspen Glow. Thank
Yeah,
you.
right?
Also, if anybody at all is interested, he's gonna pull out his silver dragon scale.
That seemed all right. And Orson, they will both like look at it and put a hand out.
I'll hand it to Orson first.
Orson will take it and cradle it in his hands as if just out of complete and utter reverence, and smile as he holds it. He really is out there. And he'll pass it over to Henson, who will hold it and just cheese it. Just fucking massive grin. Hey, of course he is. He's a fucking tough bastard. Ain't gonna let the chaos get him down. And he'll hand it back to you, Rael. You go find him. You tell him to fucking come home. Or mess him.
Yeah. I will.
Good on ya.
Puts it back. So, gather the 13, find a silver dragon, save the weave. Seems to be a pretty light laundry list.
Yes, and I have some good news. I've helped a little bit. You see, I found Maria. Hello again, Maria. And Maria will hello, Azuth, and smile and wave. When I left you, I went out and tried to gather up some. Most of them should know where they need to go. There's just the few that we don't know. But I'm sure you'll sort it out. I have complete belief in you. Denver will stand and look at you all. You had something, Rael?
Oh, no.
All right. If you don't have any other questions, and you don't have any other needs, then it is time. You should know you won't see me again. You won't be able to come back here until it's over.
That sounds about right.
Works for me.
Fine.
Maria will kind of look confused and will put up a hand and say, I'm sorry, I do have one question.
Oh, they don't like those here.
Denver will smile and shake his head. Of course, Maria. And she'll go, I understand that the balance needs to be protected. I understand the different powers here at work. Orison explained some of it to me. What I don't understand, Lord Denver, is why you can't go with us. And he'll nod and look at her. I have a different fate. My prophecy has yet to come to fruition. I have seen it. I know when my time will come, but it is not here. And if I upset the balance, then all that you have done, all that you have sacrificed, all that you have given up will have been for nothing. I am destined to fall from the skies. And it is not my time. And she'll kind of nod. All right, then. That's all I needed to know.
I do have one question, but not to you, Denver. To Orson. Two things. One, did Lynette get my letters?
Yes. She's waiting for you.
And two, how's the lot where my detective agency's gonna go? Nobody's purchased the land yet. I still have. Okay.
Leon's holding it. Maria will grin and say, the Arista family is holding it for your return.
Thank you so much. I've been a little worried. Okay. To save the world.
Oh, Henson will. It's one less thing. Here, take this. And he'll pull out a pouch and just offer it out to whoever is holding it. Consider it a gift from the makers. These, I guess, have to follow the rules, but it doesn't mean we have to.
What's inside? I'm like peeking in the bag.
It looks like there's nothing inside, and he'll go, wait till you leave here, but
Gotcha.
once you get what you need to go, there's something in there for each of you, and it'll be exactly what you need.
All right. Well, are we all ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go find this Sarah's person.
All right. Denver will kind of motion for you to stand together in a circle.
Holding hands.
Actually,
Reaching
yeah.
out.
You reach out to each other, and he assigns you to take hands, and he'll look at you. We'll see you when it's done. And he'll begin to move his hands around, and you'll close your eyes, and there'll be a sense of magic that spirals out and around you. And as you blink, you are whisked away. And you find yourself on a country road. It's spring, The snow has melted, has gone away. You stand at a crossroads. The sun is high in the sky, the grass is green. Bird, you hear a voice. Bird, come in, over.
Hi, God painting. Over.
Did he put you where you needed to be, over?
I don't know.
Well,
Over.
I'm sure he did. But listen, just be careful out there. And I'm here, as I promised.
Thank you, God painting. Over.
Are you guys really going to say over every single time? Lennox's annoyed voice will break over across the sending stone.
You have to say over.
How we know you're when you're that's how we know when you're done talking. Over.
You know when I'm done talking. I'm glad to hear you. I can't see you, but I'm glad to hear you're all right. Were you able to find what you were looking for? Because I gotta tell you, I sure as hell did.
Are you done talking? Over.
There's no response.
Elliot's looking back and forth between the two of you and just like, yep, it's a good thing I got rid of that.
You'll hear another voice coming across. We're fine here in Bellport, if anybody wanted to know, as Dee's voice breaks across.
Are you done talking, D? Over.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Over.
Glad to hear it. Over.
D. Over.
Yeah, yes, Bird. Over.
D, I saw Luna in a dream, and she said to tell you that she loves you. Over.
Thank you, Bird. I know. Over. And you'll hear Lennox, you don't have to say over. That's not how the magic works.
Are you done talking, Linux? Over.
Fuck you, Rael. And Orison will grin. I like her.
I think it's time for our gifts. And he opens the bag.
Mechanically speaking, you guys will reach into the bag and you will find whatever rare item you wish to have.
Heck yeah.
A very rare item counts for that, right? I mean,
No, just rare.
rare
Just
is in
rare.
the word.
Just
right?
rare. Just
Oh.
rare.
My fault.
A legendary artifact is what I heard.
I mean, the letters that make up rare are in the word legendary, so I could
Yeah.
make an argument for that.
Rael.
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Rael and Elliot, you look out, and in the distance, you see what looks to be a military encampment along the horizon. And Maria will look at you both and say, do you know where we need to go?
Yeah.
Orison will kind of tug at his shirt, and he's like, all right then, boys. Take us home.
On this country road.
I was lying. I don't know where we're going.
That's Virginia.
Fuck are you on?
What? I don't know. I just say words sometimes. All right, let's head towards that mountain, mama.
And you-
Yeah, we're good.
Yep, go for it.
ahead.
Yep.
No,
You
no,
set out, I'm assuming, towards the encampment. The rest of them falling in line behind you. And as you step out No road back, only forward. The chosen now knowing what they are meant to do. You take that leap into the unseen and hope that the ground will rise up to meet you and carry you where you need to go. So loud. Frank Saris is tired, but he's not afraid. Hands bound behind him, he stands alone, swaying from exhaustion in a field, smirking as his captors argue at the entrance of a nearby tent. You had them, Waterman. How could you have possibly failed so miserably? Waterman shrugs. I could say the same for you, Aitken. Her words drip from her masked face, coated in venom and hate. Frank's grin widens, his heart light with welcome news. They made it. Thank the gods. A low growl behind him calls his attention, and he turns, raising a brow at pitch-black eyes of an angry dragon. Valdry, he whispers. Please, come to your senses, man. The dragon flashes its fangs and its growl deepens. A discordant voice responds.
Boundary is mine, minstrel. Free from the weave, as all must be.
Relax, Aitken, Waterman retorts, languidly slipping from her seat as she walks away. The gods are fools and have run out of options. We've destroyed one of their chosen, and the other... She sneers at Frank as she passes. He'll fail them, just like he did before. Frank winces, and behind him, Valdry hisses in a sinister glee. A smile cuts across the dragon's long face, eyes glimmering, and Aitken laughs, a harsh, discordant sound, and follows after Waterman, leaving the two chosen behind. Frank searches Valdry's face, looking for any sign of his old friend. His heart aches in his chest. I know it's hard, Valdry. I know I'm to blame, but you must remember who you are. I'm so sorry, Valdry. I didn't know. He pauses. Perhaps a song of home will help. Quietly, as to not draw attention, Frank begins to sing. He sings of climbing cathedral mountains, of silver clouds below. He sings of finding keys to every door, of a road hanging by a song. Valdry glares and extends long claws into the thawing ground, his tail flashing back and forth. Frank continues, singing of singing fire in the sky, the serenity of a clear blue mountain lake, of going home to a place he'd never been before. Valdry lurches forward, snapping his massive fangs inches from the bard's face and letting out an angry roar. Frank falls back in terror, eyes wide and full of tears. The dragon screams into the sky and lifts up on black wings, tearing through the sky. Frank watches, heart shattered in his chest, as his friend disappears on the horizon. Shame swells in his voice, but his purpose urges the last few lyrics from his lips. Talk to God and listen to the casual reply. His gaze moves south, searching for mountains he knows he cannot see. Rocky Mountain High. Thank you all for joining us for this month's session of The Bard's Refrain. Tonight's session was inspired by John Denver's 1972 single, Rocky Mountain High, from the same titled album. It has been my pleasure to DM, and a huge thanks to my cast of players, as always, for bringing the fucking heat every time. It's the best. Players, please go ahead and tell the people where they can find you, what you've got going on, and any thoughts you might have.
We don't have time for my thoughts. Hi, I am Turk or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I was playing Bootstrap, who's of course Bootstrap, and as opposed to the other Bootstraps who were featured in this episode. If you want to see more of the things that I do, this Sunday we will be back with Total Play Recap with Sir Heck and Kohlrabi, as well as myself, breaking down all of the very cool things we do here on TPK. So if you're watching this stream and you have any questions, comments, concerns, or criticisms, we'll hear most of those. You probably won't field those criticisms because you're wrong. You should feel bad. But it's a whole very good fun time, and we just hang out and talk about all cool things our friends do. Beyond that, of course, on Tuesday I'll be on Harper's with Ulrich. And on Thursday, I'll be over on Nat 20 with Roundhouse Alpha. And then this coming, not today, I say on East Coast time, but on the 30th, I'll be over on Neon Lights Roleplay with a Only One campaign in his divine name. But beyond that, you can find me occasionally on my personal channel, streaming with some very cool people, or on my own as we cry about Banner Saga. So thank you all so much for joining us. You're the best. And throwing it over to Elliot.
Hi, that's me. I'm DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint. I also run things over at Nat20, where we will answer the question of, hey, if you finish season 2 of your campaign and then decide that you don't want to take a week off and you decide to randomly do a one-shot, what happens? Tomorrow we answer that. Where I will be playing an elephant ranger who may or may not hunt people for fun. We'll also be having Roundhouse Alpha, as Turk had mentioned, over on Nat 20, followed by Roundhouse Omega here on TPK Roleplay the following Monday. Let's see, we've got Turk down so far, and we've got Tyrant down. I wonder who's going to be next in that particular apocalyptic nightmare. And stay tuned for more stuff here on TPK Roleplay. I'm very happy that I got a pretty deep scene with Mr. Noir over there. Thank you for that. I really enjoyed that. It was so good. It's so good. And Sarah, we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna answer that question at some point.
Yeah.
Passing it on.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Noir. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Currently, I am a stretch goal on the Necropunk Kickstarter, which is doing extraordinarily well. Highly recommend you check it out. It uses a cool card-based system, and it's a cyberpunk fantasy, so definitely checking that out. So Galder's Gazetter, which is the first project that I ever had a chance to write for. It just went silver on Drive-Through RPG. So please show that some love. I'm extraordinarily proud of that. And also, you can catch me, goodness gracious, this Friday over on Gen Con's Twitch channel, where I'll be on Table Takes, and we'll be discussing Capers again, which is a TTRPG that I'm really looking forward to. Also, check out the VOD for Critical Misses. We had Diana of Bards and Barbarian on Morning Ritual this week. And be on the lookout for an announcement on who our next guest is going to be for next Saturday, mainly because I was lazy this week and didn't book anybody. So, that's me.
Hi Al. I'm Luke Locke, and I play Bird. Once upon a time, a lonely child found a ring of wishing embedded with a red crystal, and they wished for their imaginary friend, me, to become real. The child soon became sick and died, and their parents blamed me and ran me out of town. Using the powers that the child imagined me to have, I began to search for purpose. And that is the story of Bird.
That is the most adorable backstory. I can't handle it.
And Purple gets points for guessing it.
Yay!
It's definitely not what I thought it was.
I guess that leaves me. Hi, I'm Osirix Franco. I'm the GM of the Bard's Refrain, if believe it or not. Our next episode or session is scheduled for June 19th. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osirix Franco. And you can also see me in a variety of TPK shows, such as on Monday night in the Age of Aquarius, an Altered Carbon campaign. You can also find me occasionally in the Harpers. I'm a regular cast member of Roundhouse Omega. I co-host Murder and Coffee. On Wednesday, I'm running a random one-shot. It will be a lot goofier, a lot sillier, a lot crazier than this, so you're not going to want to miss that. You can also find me over at Nat 20 in campaigns like Morningstar and Company, Roundhouse Alpha, Against the Tides, and whatever else I just feel like being a part of, because there's always so many wonderful stories being crafted by so many wonderful people on both of those channels. It's the best. I just, again, want to have a huge thank you to my players for being incredible and participating in this with me. Thank you, chat, for staying it with us and hanging through the narrative. We're moving onwards and upwards. And hopefully, with the right choices, we'll save the world. And with that, we're going to bid everybody a good night. Bye.
Bye.